things went, well, they are now. Convenience sake, Raul didn't know what happened to the creature, though he had heard rumors. Rumors that would turn out to be true. Jose Manuel Fernandez was an air traffic controller at the base during this time. He said 2 helicopters left the base, went to Virginia, and returned. With what he didn't know, he thought it was some kind of rescue mission. Then something happened that Jose had never experienced. A large plane was coming in. He didn't often say,
Rally issue attorney incoming. And that was the United States of America. Yeah, America showed up. They brought back, right? They brought America back. Not to their planet, but probably Area 51 or something like that, right? But now, Area 51 is just for the show. They say the real show, the real Area 51 now has been Area 52. Basically, another undisclosed location.
reach the land. Jose's supervisors told him to allow it anyway. The plane landed and boxes were loaded onto it. Then he took off again and that was it. The trucks, the helicopters, and all the extra people just gone. Jose asked when this was all about, and he was told it was a simulation, and that was all he needed to know. But Jose does remember watching the plane land. He called it a USAP plane. A USAP? What kind of plane is a USAP? Well, that's what it's called, USAP, or USAF. That's the United States Air Force.
A man dealing with daily foot pain and neuropathy symptoms started using the Earsense wearable therapy device. Here's what changed in just 2 weeks. In the first 5 minutes, gentle heat therapy increased circulation, delivering oxygen and nutrients to tired, strained nerves. Vibration massage kicked in to cut away tension built up from sleep.
So they took me over.
One of the facts that's agreed on by the witnesses from the military is that the United States immediately took over the operation, whatever the operation was. Even though the American plane came and went very quickly, there were a few Americans who stayed behind. A few months after the events, Kelly's mother, Tana Luisa, heard a knock on the door. She opened it, and 4 men shoved their way in. She described them as foreigners, neatly dressed in dark suits and Gucci. One held a clipboard, the other carried a briefcase. They told her that they were there to make a proposal. She took all the money in the briefcase, which was tens of thousands of dollars in cash. In return, she convinces the girls to retract their story and admit they made a whole plan. Then they leave the country and never speak of these things again. She refused. They insisted that she take the money and be silent. Now, Luisa said the girls did see something out there, and she wouldn't have them portrayed as liars. Again, the men insisted.
Shout out to the mom out there. Shout out to all the moms watching this.
As they continued to press the issue, they became very frustrated until Luisa started to become violent. She told them to leave her house or she would call the police. Finally, and very suddenly, they left. A well-respected family just a few blocks away reported seeing an object in the sky on the evening of the alien rapture. They said the object was the size of a bus, circular and metallic. It hovered just a few hundred feet above their house, and though it was rotating very quickly, the object was completely silent.
This is a little weird, right, when you think about it. Because people were seeing this for, one witness said, for an hour. You know, they were seeing this for an hour, so God knows for how long it was there. But let's just say it was there for minimum an hour in the sky, just hard, with their car with brakes on, God knows what they were doing. So you're telling me you were there for an hour, nothing happens, and then all of a sudden you know, that don't make sense. Maybe they ran out of juice, almost, but does it make sense? Like, it don't make sense, right? Like, they were there for an hour and then just left. Like, they're there, right, for minimum an hour.
Instead of traveling slowly back and forth like it was looking for something, after they made their report, 2 men paid it a visit. They asked a lot of questions and talked to the family for hours. And just before the strangers left, they said that what you saw didn't happen, and this conversation never happened. They implied that if they spoke publicly, it would be very bad for the family. But to this day, the family insists that this entire story happened, but they refuse to give their names. A key to this entire story is Eric Lopes. He was the partner of Marco Cherez, a young military policeman who died after touching the alien. Lopes is one of the only people alive who can confirm the story. He was there when the alien was captured. It was in his car when they drove to the hospital, and he helped carry it in. For 25 years, he's refused to speak about the incident. When James Fox showed up at his house to ask him about what happened, he was so agitated that he threatened to shoot them if they didn't leave him alone.
Holy crap.
The Virginia UFO incident has been called the Brazilian Roswell. It's considered to be the most complete case for UFOs and aliens in history.
Yeah.
What was it?
Oh, no, please don't tell me it's fake. No, please don't tell me. Man, I'm looking at these phones, man. I'm looking at these right now. Please, man, pray, like, don't tell me. Because now we're getting into that segment. We're going to be talking about the holes in the story. Holes story.
The Virginia UFO incident became a world-famous case in 1996, and with the documentary Moment of Contact being released, it's once again on people's minds. But how much of the story is true? Well, this is a difficult case to prove and disprove. The fact is, there's not a single piece of physical evidence to support that anything's happened. The entire story is based on witness testimony. Testimony that, over the years, has been less than consistent.
But yeah, so it's which people have this one. That would solve some. We would have solved. That would solve so many issues. That would have answered so many questions.
There's some documentaries say the witnesses have no reason to lie because they haven't made any money from their story. That's not true. Quite a few witnesses have been incident over the years. In fact, the Wall Street Journal reported that the girls who found the creature were given an interview for anything less than 2 hours, something that they have denied. Here's what it was. It's important to know that there was no Virginia UFO incident until the girl's story was made public. It was only after they were through showing their TV drama. The witnesses ain't there. Those witnesses is the same witness to so if any witnesses either saw the same thing or stories I heard, there's no one for sure. The UFO was reported for feature. They never said it was alien. There was no mention of the UFO. They thought the creature was quarantined. At the time when the news was happening, people in the area were obsessed with a cryptid called Joe Hunter, which was a UFO coverage. It was local UFO research. Others believed they saw it was alien. The official explanation is that the girls actually saw someone who was caught. Dean Hurley, whose real name is Lisa Tony, he was a mentally ill, aggressive man whose mother was crouching in some approaches.
See, that's the issue. That's
She said they implied there would be a payment. Later, the story included a briefcase full of cash. Now, did she forget this detail early on? Or had she been hearing stories about the men in black for so long that the briefcase found its way into her memory? Side note, the weather conditions make it unlikely that anyone saw an alien footprint in the mud, but who knows? Stories vary. Some witnesses gave statements that they later denied. Others denied seeing anything, but then later came forward. And other witness reports told you the likely you are to recall it. People who lived through the JFK assassination or the 9/11 attack know exactly where they were when they heard the news. People vividly remember the days their children were born.
Yeah, like, that's the thing though. Even I don't know how old I was. I was a kid when 9/11 happened. I saw like the news on the TV, and I still remember that just memory. I still like picture like the video that was playing on the news kind of. And I was definitely a kid. I was like 5 years old. I was 5 years old. 5, 6 years old, something like that. Yeah, I remember, and I'm pushing 30 now. So, yeah, but that's so true though. And false memory is a big one too. Yeah, memories cannot be trusted. It's not that people are lying. It's just that memories are. You repeat the same thing over and over, and it becomes the truth. Ever heard of that? So it's just one of those things. It's a fascinating story, man, and more and more stuff is coming out. But it's been so many years. Next year will be 30 years, bro. 30 years. Holy shit. 2026. 19, and it happens back in 1996. So it's just so hard, man. Just so hard to believe at times.
And vividly remember when their parents died. Emotions create memories. Now about Marco Cherez, the young officer who died after touching the alien. It's said that he was perfectly healthy and suddenly became ill. That's not true. He had a cyst on his arm that became infected. The cyst was documented well before any of this happened. Marco wasn't connected to the UFO story until much later, and his sister was the first person to bring it up. Now, she says it happened and that's that. But her earlier story said it was possible he was involved, though she didn't know for sure. The Brazilian military released a report of these events that was over 1,000 pages long. According to the report, Marco wasn't even working that night. The report also says all the military vehicles in the area were part of a training exercise. As if
Man, way to ruin the story, bro. Way to ruin the story, man. I hate it, bro. I hate watching this, but I actually love it because we all want to know the truth. But that's the thing. So now we're hearing. So the military is saying he wasn't even there. What y'all talking about, man? What y'all talking about? He wasn't even there. See, he wasn't even there, bro. But thank God they didn't say he wasn't even a soldier. Thank God they didn't say that, right? Yeah. I mean, oh my goodness.
base was a training base. The military convoys were just vehicles all going in for scheduled maintenance at the same time, which they do. After all, the base is just a few miles away.
Oh yeah, I remember this now. They would say because people saw like the hospital being cleared, right, or something, and people saw like there were beings that were brought to the hospital. They said that it was just dwarves, like just short people that they brought in.
What?
Remember when Silk Vocals was free only on Black Friday? Or when IDX dropped free only on Black Friday weekend? Well, that's not an accident. Every Black Waves gives out one of their best new plugins for free. And this year isn't going to be any different. They're already hitting at a new plugin that looks kind of analog to me. But here's the catch. It's only free during Black Friday weekend. If you miss that window, you're going to have to pay. So do yourself a favor. Sign up right now so that you can get it for free as soon as it drops. Don't cry later when you have to pay.
The hospital wing was closed, but that was because they had to make it sterile enough for new cardiac equipment that was being delivered. By the way, that equipment was delivered in stainless steel boxes by the military. The body bag was a recently exhumed cadaver that was part of a police investigation. What people thought were aliens at the hospital were actually a dwarf couple there that had a baby, and they were helped in by a soldier. Now, some of those facts sound perfectly...
I remember that part before he even spoke it because I was like, like, I remember that. It triggers. I had neuron activation in real time right there. No, man, please, bro. They're ruining the story.
reasonable to me. Others, like the pregnant dwarf, not so much. But that's part of the story. It's all a cover-up. The military altered the records after the fact. They even gave a very sketchy press conference about this.
They have nothing to hide. Oh yeah, they will be dressed up as aliens now. I remember that. They will bring in somebody. We're working for the nation, for the army, for the nation. The press? What? I don't have to improvise that.
Is General Lima covering up? He acts like it. But if there really wasn't any...
So it looks like my memory was falsified here. Because I remember them bringing people in dressed up as aliens, but that didn't happen. It's so true, man. False memory is so true. The thing that I thought would happen here actually happened, in America. In one of the alien cases, which I don't remember from the top of my head, but on TV they actually ridiculed people, and they brought people on with Halloween alien costume on, and the Roswells. The Roswells. That's what they were mocking people for that.
Anything weird about this incident, the general would be pretty irritated that he'd have to deal with any of this. So how you read him and any of the witnesses really comes down to your point of view, and toward which side you're leaning, skeptic or believer. If you watch James Fox's Moment of Contact, some of the witnesses are compelling. In the case of Marco de Sousa, the man who found the craft in the field, he's so overcome that he breaks down into tears.
Kid.
Yeah, this is where I saw them, man. This is where I saw them, man.
Wait.
But this way, right?
Is more animals.
Beans died here.
So-called flushable. Plumber's best friend or Thor's side.
And who's the number one fan of flushable lights? Plumber. So we decided to get in on the action.
We totally recommend it if you see us go on.
Hey, we're not saying use them, but we're here when you do. Sunrise Plumbing. Here when you need us, especially if you love flushable lights.
Call today for the plumbing you need and the plumbing you cost.
Now, if she's acting, you should leave Brazil and move to Hollywood. Fox gets statements not just from local residents, but from doctors and people in the military. They all say it happened. and they give vivid details about what they saw. Yes, some people won't talk. Others talk, but with their faces blurred and voices changed. But some people put their names and faces out there for everyone to see. Now, it's been so long that these people could be misremembering. But they don't come across as liars. But there's no way to tell if what they're saying is true. There is one man who could settle this entire case once and for all. Eric Lopes. He was driving the car when Marco Cerez captured the alien. He saw everything. But he's willing to shoot people who want to talk to him about this.
He can conclude it all for us, like he don't know. But see, that in itself is reason enough to believe something happened, right? Yeah, that in itself is reason enough to believe what everyone else is saying, which is it happened, and they saw that alien fled, ground-stain alien fled, and what everyone else is saying truly happened. That in itself is reason enough. But he can come out and say it's a lie. People that believe the story, they're still going to believe it. He's not necessarily going to be able to change their mind, because that's the thing, though. People got their beliefs, It's really, really hard to change people's beliefs, right? So, yeah, but if he comes out and says it happened, then even the skeptics would start to be like, oh my God, it happened. And then people that actually believe in the story, it would just increase their conviction even more.
Is he afraid? Or is he an old, angry man living in poverty who's sick of people bothering him about this? If he came forward to confirm that Marco did capture an alien, then the entire official story unravels, and you could throw away that 1,000-page army report, and you can start rewriting history. Because Eric Lopes is one of the few people on the face of the planet who could confirm 100% without a doubt that aliens are real and they are here. For now, the Brazilian military and government deny everything. And if the Brazilian government is working with the United States on a cover-up, well, they're learning from the best.
Yeah, and this is James Watson Jr. I'm just going to play like a short clip.
Message for me? Knowing that level of validation on the inside, it kept us going. It was like, okay, why on earth would he have done that? Why on earth would he say it? And that kept Marco and I going. And that was a personal level of validation.
Is there any conventional explanation why the military shut everything down? Why they had military barricades set up around that area?
No, they did try to say that the creature was this guy who's got like some deformities. I've seen the guy Modine or something like that. But if you talk to the witnesses,
Why would the military shut the
I
town
know.
down because of
Yeah.
deformities?
And then for the doctors in the hospital, they said, oh, there was like a midget having a baby or something weird. Just
That
something
dwarf,
just so ridiculous.
The dwarf, yeah, like that. I remember that part, but that's funny. That's funny, guys. Like it was just like a little ass family, man. You know, they brought in like a midget. They brought in a dwarf, just delivering a dwarf baby. Y'all haven't seen a dwarf giving a baby. Haven't seen a dwarf giving birth to a baby. Come on, man. Y'all need to get your priorities straight, man. What's wrong with y'all? That's what they said. Seriously, man. Y'all boys need to seek help. I'm talking about the military that's up there.
And you talk to the witnesses, and they're just like, oh, come on. I'm not even, that's laughable at best. I mean, these girls came within 8 to 10 feet. Three women. Katia, 2 sisters, Liliana, and Valkyria. 14, 16, and 21. They got within 8 to 10 feet in broad daylight of this creature. And one of the things that doesn't come across in the film, when they saw this thing, they're looking, what are we looking at here? They're walking through this field, and it's up against the cinder block wall. And one of them was looking at it and said, what is that? And it was crouched by the wall. It was weak and feeble. And one of us kind of like screeched. Like, what is that? And it turned, and it looked right at the girls. Locked eyes on them. Liliana grabs her younger daughter, her younger sister, who's 14, Valkyria, and hightails it out of there. Katya is 21. She's frozen in her tracks, locked eyes with this creature, and it's communicating with her. Please help me. He wants help. It's weak, and it's feeble, and it's scared.
That's the thing we always hear, right? Telepathic communication, son. That's what we hear. There was a story about the tall white alien, which we already done. I already done that video, right? And we heard that there were some people actually saw aliens, those tall whites alien in Vegas Casino, and they were able to read their minds. Yeah, it's a crazy story. And apparently the tall whites look very much like us, so it's very, very hard to say if they are actually Homo sapiens or extraterrestrial. There's that aspect to it as well. And it's been said that the aliens do walk among us. It's just that we don't know who's an alien and who's not, right? Like, that's crazy to me. But the tall whites are super. Those to this, like, do you think?
Your health deserves more than guesswork. At Cornell, our whole body MRI scans for hundreds of conditions without any radiation, including cancers as early as stage 1 and as little as 60.
Because yeah, those girls took money and they. Oh no!
Didn't know him. And when they first saw him, they thought he looked like a demon. They said the same thing about the alien. They may or may not be lying intentionally, but one of their versions of the story is wrong. And this is its case. It's a 26-year-old case. Witness reports are all over the place. This was a huge story in 1996. It made international news. People's memories change over time. If you read an interesting detail about this case, you may, even unknowingly, add that detail to your version of the story. So let's talk about the times. Your brain will actually create a false memory to support it. When Katya's mother first told the story about the boy trying to bribe her and daughters to attract their story, she said it could imply the bribe payment. Later, the story included a briefcase full of cash. Did she forget this detail on later on? Or had she been hearing stories about how people lied for so long? These matters were weather conditions make it unlikely that anyone saw it. But who knows? Some witnesses gave statements that they later denied. Others denied seeing anything, but then later came forward. Another witness reports don't fit the timeline at all. Someone who first saw the UFO over their farm, they said it happened a week earlier. It's possible they aren't remembering correctly, but if I saw a UFO hovering over my house for an hour, I remember every detail about that day. Memories are stored with emotion. The more emotional they vent, the more likely you are to recall. Today, we need to use MK assassination and the 9/11 attack. Now, except for where they were when they broke the news, people vividly remember the days their children were born.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't know how long that was. I was 10 minutes. But what happened? I saw that. I couldn't go on a picture. Like the point of view style. And I was deaf. I was deaf. I was like 5 years old. I was 5 years old. 5, 6 years old. I remember now. Yeah, but that's so true, right? False memories of day one too. Yeah, memories cannot be trusted. It's not that people are lying, it's that memories are. You repeat the same thing over and over and it becomes a truth. I haven't heard of that. So it's one of those things. It's a fascinating story, man, and more stuff is coming out, but it's been so many years. Next year will be 30 years, bro. 30 years. Holy shit, 2026. And it happened back in 1996. So it's just so hard, man. It's so hard to believe.
And vividly remember when their parents died. Emotions create memories. Now about Marco Shrez, the young officer who died after catching the alien. It's said that he was perfectly healthy and suddenly became ill. That's not true. He had a cyst on his arm that became infected. The cyst was documented well before any of this happened. Marco wasn't connected to the UFO story until much later, and his sister was the first person to bring it up. Now, she says it happened. years. It was impossible he was involved, though she didn't know for sure. The Brazilian military released a report of these events that was over 1,000 pages long. According to the report, Marco was in the working at night. The report also says all the military vehicles in the area were part of the training exercise. She's got a huge press conference. Those websites that it sounded like it's tense analysis. It's part of our biggest destination. From it, it's a hospital. It's a companies. Nothing weird about this incident. It's everyone pretty irritated that he got to do any of this. It's funny and any of the witnesses moved to his tracks with one view. Until the sort of skeptic or believer. If you want full responses from all of the contact, some of the witnesses are compelling. In the case of Marco Esposa, the man who found the facts and killed, he's so overcome that he breaks down into tears.
Yeah, there's a man I saw them, man. There's a man I saw them, man. Oh, but this one is pride.
Fox gets statements not just from local residents, but from doctors and people in the military. They all say Howard, and they give details about what they saw. Yes, some people won't talk. Others talk, and with their faces blurred and voices forged. But some people put their names and faces out there for everyone to see. That's been so long that these people could be is remembering, but they don't come across as liars. But there's no way to tell if what they're saying is true. There is one man who can settle this entire case once and for all, Eric Lopes. He was driving the car when Marcos Reyes captured the alien. He saw everything, but he's willing to shoot people who want to talk to him about this.
You can't conclude it all straight and go down. But see, that in itself is reason enough to believe something happened, right? Yeah, that in itself is reason enough to believe what everyone else is saying, which is it happened. And they saw that alien flag, brown skin alien flag, and what everyone else is saying really happened. That in itself is reason enough. But he can come out and say it's a lie. People that believe the story, they're still going to believe it. It's not necessarily going to be able to change their mind, because that's the thing, though. People got their beliefs and they got their beliefs. It's really, really hard to change people's beliefs, right? So, yeah, but if he comes out and says it happened, then even the skeptics would start to think that actually people think the story, it would just
Is he afraid, or is he an old angry man in a coffee who's people bothering him about this? It's pretty clear to confirm that Marco did capture an alien. In the entire official story allows, and we can throw away that Cosmic Age Army report, and we can start rewriting history. Because Eric Lopes is one of the few people on the face of the planet who can confirm 100% without doubt that aliens are real and they are here. There's 100% military and government deny anything. Or if y'all see any other country, the United States on cover up. Well, we're learning from the best.
That's a good thing. Knowing that level of validation on the inside, it kept us going. It's like, okay, why on earth would you have done that? Why on earth would you say? And that kept Marco and I going. That was a personal level of validation that he still has.
Conventional explanation why the military was shut everything down, why they had military barricades set up around that area.
No, they did try to say that the creature was this god who's got like some deformities. I've seen the guy Logan or something like that. But if you talk to the witness,
Why would the military
Yeah,
site
I know.
that particular
yeah, and then for the doctors in the hospital, they said, oh, it was like a having a baby or something. Just
But
stuff.
Mark, yeah.
So,
Yeah, like that. I remember that part of it. Like that's funny. That's like that's like a little ass family. You know, they brought in like a midget. They brought in a dwarf. Dwarf baby, y'all. Haven't seen a dwarf giving a baby. Haven't seen a dwarf giving birth to a baby. Come on, man, y'all get your priorities straight, man. What's wrong with y'all? Seriously, man, y'all boys need to see help. I'm talking about the military that's done that.
and you talk to the witnesses, and they're just like, oh, come on, I'm not even, that's laughable at best. I mean, these girls came within 8 to 10 feet. Three women. Katya, 2 sisters, Liliana, and Valkyria. 14, 16, and 21. They got within 8 to 10 feet of broad daylight of this creature. One of the things that doesn't come across in the film, when they saw this thing, look at it, they're walking through this field. It's up against the cinder block wall. And one of them looking at it, like, what is that? When it's crouched by the wall, beep. And one of us kind of like screeched. Yeah, like, what is that? And it turned, and it looked right at the girls. Locked eyes on them. Liliana grabbed her younger daughter, her younger sister, who's 14, Valkyria, and makes hightails it out. Katya is 21. She's frozen in the tracks, locked eyes with this creature. It's communicating. Please help me. He wants help. We want to scared.
That's what we all hear, right? Talent, communication, son. That's what we hear. There was a story about the tall white alien, which we already did that video, right? And we heard that some people actually saw aliens, those tall white aliens in Vegas Casino when they were between the lines. Yes, and apparently the tall whites look very much like us, so it's very, very hard to say if they're actually Homo sapiens or extraterrestrial. There's that aspect to it as well. And it's being said that aliens do walk among us. That we don't know who it's not, right? Like, that's crazy. But the tall whites are, since those aliens are actually like really, really clear skin. So, yeah, I mean, don't go pointing your fingers at my Nordic homies out there. Well, the Nordics are really, really but don't go at my Irish homies or my Swedish homies and be like, there are actual Swedish gals that are white, that are super pale. Doesn't mean there's, you know, I don't know. Jameson, that boy got me. So, yeah.
We got some new surprising updates regarding 3i Atlas. This is coming here, we'll talk about. And actually, I'd seen a couple coming from Stefan Burns here on YouTube, but this one is brand new from about 40 minutes ago. This is kind of amazing. Still a comment, 3i Atlas shows jets first radio signals after sun pass. And actually what we have here is something rather curious that was discovered scientists on this thing. This guy is supposed to so what's interesting is we have here 7 distinct jets showing 3 high jets. What's really interesting is that it changed as we go to coming closer to the Earth. This is something from pure gravitational pull. So they now have confirmation, and I'm going to show you that in a minute here, that this object changed its direction. We were already assuming, or not assuming, but surmising, I guess, that it was changing its direction before this, but now we have actual, real, concrete evidence that it has indeed changed its direction and is actually going to come closer to Earth around mid-December. And what's amazing about it is these 5 different jets shown here with these lines indicate that it's somehow using these jets, but perhaps we're just guessing, because we know it has changed direction. I'm going to get into all this in this video. But the fact that it has all these multiple different jets on it, shown distinctly as you can see here, perhaps these are what are causing it to change its direction. This is what some are postulating. So we have here, we're going to get into all this, my friends. Let's play this clip here first of Avi Loeb with the latest update. This was from yesterday. Check this out.
And now an update on a story that we have been following here at Newsmax, that strange interstellar visitor turning heads among the scientific community. Big questions still remain about 3i Atlas. Now, a lawmaker is pressing NASA for new images of the space phenomenon, and could it also have a traveling companion? We welcome back Dr. Avi Loeb. He's an astrophysicist at Harvard University. for an update on this. Okay, last time you were here, we were waiting to see if this object would seem to maneuver as it got closer to the sun or do anything. What's the verdict there?
Well, thanks for having me. It did maneuver. It deviated from the path that we would have expected it to go through if its trajectory was sculpted by gravity alone. And the amount of boost to its velocity was equivalent to a jet carrying 5 billion tons of matter that would give it a recoil. Now, as of this morning, some observers noticed that it has a set of jets around it, more than 7. Some headed towards the sun, some away from the sun. It's a spectacular view that we have right now after it passed closest to the sun on October 29. It became bluer than the sun. It was 5 times brighter than it was before it came close to the sun.
Wow.
So the action is amazing right now, and in the coming days.
So, I mean, obviously this is not usual. And I've seen these tweets from various scientists claiming, if you think this is more than just a standard comment, there's something wrong with you. Obviously that's not the case. You have a Harvard professor here. You also have this other scientist who also chimes in saying there's something a little odd about it. Michio Kaku here, who also says something rather interesting. We'll get into that as we get farther into this video. So obviously, there's something different about this, okay? I think the fact that it has multiple jets coming off it, not the usual type of jet, one that was pointing the wrong direction. We now have evidence that it's not only gravity changing its direction, we have numerous other things about it. Its composition apparently is not usual as well. Also, it came in from outside our solar system, the third object like this. That's why it's called 3I Atlas. And we're going to get into actually some other surprising stuff regarding to this object and the fact that a number of governments are watching this. We also have no space agencies releasing any legitimate photos of it, even though they have the capability to do so. We're going to get into all this and much more, and even a prediction on what this object will do on December, I think it's 19th when it arrives, near the Earth. We now have that it will be closer to Earth because of its recent trajectory correction. However that's happening, I guess it's just a comet, even though it's not using just gravity, obviously, and it clearly doesn't look normal. But we have a prediction from someone who has a good track record, a long track record of getting things correct. He's the one who predicted that our president would have his ear grazed 3 months before it happened. That guy, we're going to get into what he had to say the object was, and you're not going to believe it. We'll get into that in a little bit. First, we're going to mention food supply, 25-year shelf life. Link is in the description. 4 months worth, $6.97. It's actually 3 months with an extra month. You're going to definitely want to get that. If you have not already, you never know what's next. You've seen how our world has been. You also have this book here, The Lost Ways, how your great-great-grandfather lived without electricity, how to put a cellar, do things around the house as you would need to know how to do if you were for an extended period of time without electricity. The link is in the description, $37, get the print version for that. But check out all of my other social media linked below. Let's get back to the video here. We have this picture of 3I Atlas with multiple jets being seen off it. Some are postulating, obviously, that these are what are controlling its direction potentially. And we obviously know at this point that there's more than just gravity guiding its direction. The probability of it going past Mars, Venus, and Jupiter at such close proximities is virtually impossible on just a random chance level. And I'll show you the probability for that in a minute. But let's play what Stefan Burns is saying about this specific thing with these multiple jets.
We see the solar direction, okay? So sun is over here, and 3I Atlas is going like this, okay? It's going like that, and we see not 1, not 2, but 5, at least this is what Jaeger identified, 5 different jets coming off of it. One tiny one right there,
Looks like Dad's getting a wallet for Christmas. Okay.
This time it's beige.
You need the new 340 GSM military-grade bearskin hoodie to get comfortable in the wild. It's the ultimate 10-pocket tactical hoodie that blocks wind, repels rain, and regulates heat for incredible comfort.
AT&T. You know, say they actually observed more than seven, according to Avi Loeb there. There was more than seven actually observed. Maybe in this picture, they only showed 5 though.
Very faint one right there, but these 3 are more obvious. 1, 2, 3. So that's quite striking. You also see it on this imagery. Here, in some aspects, it's even easier to see. That forward jet, you definitely see that nicely. Here we see that top one. And then this one, I mean, even maybe...
My goodness, there is. It's like, it's curved even. It almost looks curved.
You can split it kind of into a fractal dendritic nature.
Wow, that's weird. Look at that. I mean, it doesn't even look straight. I mean, obviously this one back here is straight. That's straight. That's likely straight. That looks like it may be straight. Well, what's going on here? It almost looks like it's branching off. It's like it's branching off this one. It's so bizarre.
Going like this. This is the coma. It's not the nucleus. We're not going to be able to see the nucleus, the actual object or whatever this thing is, until you can get close enough to kind of pierce through that coma, because it will absorb it.
I'm guessing that will be later this year in December when it comes near Earth. We also have, of course, American physicist Michio Kaku warns about these videos of 3i Atlas that have divided scientists' researchers on its alien and extraterrestrial origins. Actually, what he warns about here is all these fake videos. There's like 1 million fake videos of 3i Atlas, generated by Sora AI or whatever program they're using to make deepfake videos of the actual object. And of course, the reason why there's so many of these fake videos of the object is because NASA refuses to actually release a real picture of it. So also do none of the other space agencies are actually releasing real, legitimate, decent resolution images of the object, even though they can tell us and show us a picture of Pluto's smallest moon. How are you able to take a picture of Pluto's smallest moon? Pluto already is super small. Then you got a moon on Pluto. You can take a picture of that. Can't take a picture of this object, of course. It's much closer. Obviously, it's a joke. We all know they have a picture and they refuse to release it. As a matter of fact, I think that is one of the things he says in another video, which I'm going to show you later. Michio here is telling NASA to release their photos because he's saying that everybody's getting seeing all these fake ones and thinking they're real. Just release the real ones. I mean, obviously makes sense. That's what you should do. I mean, people are joking about this online as well. Every picture of Mars 200 million miles away, every picture of 3i Atlas a blur, right? That's basically what's going on right now. And then you have all these people filling the void by making up Sora AI videos of it, right? So let me get this straight. I can't speak straight either. We can get photos and video of Uranus' tiny moon, but we have to wait another month or 2 for 3i Atlas to get closer to Earth to be able to take images. I said Pluto earlier, didn't I? I meant Uranus. All right. No joke there. Scientists find tiny new moon around Uranus with James Webb Space Telescope. All right. This is good stuff. All right, so can't get a picture of 3i Atlas, though, even though it went right back past Mars, right? Can't get a picture of it. Just a weird coincidence that it's going right through our solar system, right by 3 different planets, almost precisely, and then it changes its direction a little bit so that it'll get closer to Earth when it goes by in December. Oh, it's just a weird, object, normal comet. Yeah, I mean, give me a break, dude. No comment. The probability of this happening is like basically 1 in a billion, or even probably less than that, if you think about it. With all these planets being that close to it as it goes by, I'll show you that in a little bit. I think I had that open. Michio Kaku breaks silence on NASA's 3i Atlas controversy. Famed scientist has publicly criticized NASA for keeping the latest images of 3i Atlas hidden from the public, saying This isn't something that needs to be classified, unless it does. Unless it does. You see what I mean? Kaku discussed the object's strange physical and chemical behavior, revealing the new data show 3I Atlas has lost its tail after passing close to the sun, something almost no natural comet does. And of course, this comment of his, I think is from a day ago. He may not even know about the latest course correction. Discovery sparked intense speculation. Could this be artificial?
Before you buy the Natural Healing Handbook, here's what just changed. Your cart will now automatically apply up to 75% off. And
Dr. Kaku pointed out an estimated age of 7 billion years and unusually high nickel content, suggesting it might be made of materials far older and tougher than our solar system itself. I also played a clip in a previous video of a former NASA scientist who dealt with the materials, like mechanics of materials. My background is mechanical engineering, and there is a specialty in mechanical engineering, mechanics of materials. You also have chemical engineers that deal with materials of objects, and nickel is what is commonly used in our space vessels, in our rockets, in our shuttles. We use nickel. All right, we use nickel. We don't use iron. We use nickel, and this object happens to have a large amount of nickel, unlike other comets, which would sort of lend or speculate to the idea it could be a space vehicle. We don't know. The materials itself alone suggest this, on top of the fact that it's not just gravity changing its direction. So you obviously have multiple factors to this. It's not just simply another comet. You guys are just blowing this out of proportion. They also criticized NASA for delaying Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter images from October 2nd. This is the one I was talking about, warning that unnecessary secrecy only fuels theories. Well, I mean, there's probably a reason why they didn't give us the photos and they turned off the feed. Maybe because there's something there. I mean, but that's just lending to theory. Well, it wouldn't lend to theories. I mean, it would still lend to things if it actually shows something unusual and they give us the picture. It would be the same thing. Obviously not natural. And they don't want us, for some reason, to know for sure. That's why they won't give us any images. Kaku admitted an extraterrestrial origin remains highly unlikely. He even noted that Harvard's Dr. Avi Loeb, known for his propulsion theory, hasn't ruled it out completely. So he hasn't ruled it out either. Neither one of these scientists have ruled out that it could be a UFO or something to that nature. Obviously, if they believe there's life in the universe, it could very well happen, right? So that's the thing. Or perhaps it's something else. Could it be something else? And I wanted to get into that a little bit later, because we have in Scripture, it talks about the stars of the signs and seasons, and we've had some rather strange things seen in the sky over the last few years. I'm actually going to highlight a few of them. And the fact is, perhaps this is something more than what we realize. Could there be some sort of spiritual dimension to this as well? We'll get into that in a little while here. We have here also another object, a mysterious new object, C-2025b1 Borisov, moving between 3I Atlas and Earth with no tail. Some are wondering what this could be. Why is it there? That was from about a day ago, actually 2 days ago, on the 7th, that came out. This is what Stefan had to say about this object.
New rogue object has been found hurtling through our solar system directly in between interstellar object 3I Atlas and Earth. This is C-2025b1 Borisov, first observed by Gennady Borisov of Crimea, who is the individual that first observed 2I Borisov, the second ever observed interstellar object. Now we have this object directly between...
So that, okay, just imagine the probability of all this. And I'm going to show you something that makes it more clear. I think actually it shows it in a second. So we got two interstellar objects right next to each other, one between us and Earth. this 2I Borisov here, what's the probability that, like, there's only 3 objects that have been interstellar that we've seen, okay, outside our solar system. What's the probability of that? On top of them going near Mars, and Jupiter, and multiple, I mean, obviously even Earth on December 19th, it makes no sense. Does he actually talk about this? Right.
And Earth does not have a tail, just like 3I Atlas. There are a couple observations that detected some sort of tail. Most of them, though, show just a coma. Very anomalous, very bizarre. Actually, then 3I Atlas, we have new imagery of 3I Atlas post-perihelion. It was blasted by a ton of solar storms since its superior conjunction on the 21st.
This is kind of interesting because I think something I want to show you guys. Where did we go, man? Maybe it was the previous clip. Was it the previous clip?
Now, sales projections, wait for this book. Just got my black book of questions, keep them in. And look at this thing. Honestly, it's less of a book and more like a full-blown set.
No. Maybe it was this one. Let's see if I can find where he shows us. He doesn't show it, does he? Maybe he does. Let's check this out.
Just de facto as comments every single time. I 100% agree with that. We have to look at them from new lenses. Doesn't mean it's alien or technology that we should be open to these ideas and be prepared for them. But
right, we don't know for sure what it is. But it clearly is not behaving like a normal comet, and it has some other propulsion other than gravity. We now have a Fibonacci sequence of light pulses that's happened more than once at this point. There's multiple things that make no sense. Okay, there's multiple things that seemingly point towards it being not maybe intelligent based, right? This is kind of what I'm thinking. And our governments are thinking the same thing. The U.S. government grapples with questions about interstellar object 3I Atlas. Amid shutdown, NASA experts are set to connect with at least one congressional lawmaker about the mysterious object this week. And so there are also multiple governments monitoring the object for some reason and not wanting to release any photos either for some reason. U.S. officials monitor interstellar object 3I Atlas. You have also multiple agencies, actually. What's going on here? 6 reasons why 3I Atlas has the world's militaries on alerts. Obviously, we've already talked about some of these. It does have unmatched speed. It's a very unusually large comet. Unusual trajectory and actually an unstable trajectory. Yeah, it keeps changing. It's not based solely on gravitational pull. Portable warning systems. Current early warning systems are built to detect slow-moving threats such as space debris or missiles within Earth's orbital zone. 3I Atlas speed and irregular motion cause temporary detection gaps, revealing vulnerabilities in government surveillance. Yeah, it makes sense. So, what else they got here? Need for global coordination. The comet's rapid movement demonstrates the importance of international cooperation. Testing military preparedness. So they got all these different reasons. This is actually the size of the object. This obviously isn't the object, but it gives you a perspective of how big it is. It's not small, all right? Very, very large. Okay, I found a video that kind of shows this. Check this out. Let's just play this a little bit. You can see it went by Mars. Goodness gracious. It went by Mars right there. And then it goes between a moon and Venus as it goes over here. See that? It goes by that. We have also, it goes by Jupiter and Earth, and it also went by our sun. Actually, let me show you all 3. Where is it at? Here we go. So, this is from outside our solar system. It goes closest to Mars on October 3rd, the sun on October 29th, Venus on November 5th, Earth on December 19th, and Jupiter on March 10th, 2026. It just seems very bizarre how this object continues to get close to every single, I mean not every single, but multiple planets and even our sun, And now it just had a course correction, which makes it come even closer to Earth than it did before. And also it came from a certain part of the outside our galaxy, or outside our solar system, I mean, where they had heard a some sort of signal, I think it was back in 1977, which I thought was rather curious as well. So you got all these different factors, and I mean, I'm not actually leaving things out. I haven't even mentioned everything. Then we got this prediction from Brandon. This is the guy who predicted our president would have his ear grazed, but he would still be alive. And then it happened 3 months after he predicted it. And I've talked about that on my channel before as well, but he's predicted multiple things correct. Here he is talking about what 3i Atlas will do when it goes by Earth.
Saw a major alien ship, and it flies over the Vatican, and it goes over the Mayan temples down in Mexico. And I said, Lord, is there 2 of these? Because I keep praying about this. And he said, no, it's just one. And that's what's going to make everybody freak out, because they're going to see it moving across the ocean. You understand? It's going to be something that's going to be on TV. It's going to move across the ocean, and people are going to freak out in the days ahead. Then I saw little bitty ships coming out of this mothership that were balls of light, and it wasn't a real ship. It was demonic-looking lights that was traveling around, causing confusion in our skies.
This is crazy. I mean, just imagine if it does come true, what he's saying. He's gotten other things correct before. So, you know, I put some weight behind someone who's predicted things correctly before. Doesn't mean that they're, you know, they could be wrong in the future. It obviously could be. But this guy's been right on multiple occasions in the past. Very uncanny predictions. He's saying that this thing is actually a ship, saying that balls of light will come from it. We've seen, of course, back last year, about a year ago, back in December of 2024, we had the New Jersey drones and orbs. That was really bizarre. It seemed like they were coming out from the ocean area.
Drop your kitchen scraps in here instead of here, and you'll never have to deal with nasty trash. Plus, it keeps food out of...
So the question is, what could this be? Is this some sort of thing? Is this why we've had all these disclosures with our governments on UFOs and things like that? It's a little strange. It's a little strange. But also I wanted to mention that they've tried to separate and divorce religion and science. And I don't think they should have ever been divorced. I think this was of the devil's doing, is the way I look at it. God said, let there be lights in the bolts of the sky to separate day from night. Let them serve as signs, mark sacred times, days, and years. We've had there's a chapter called Revelation 12, which describes a scene in the heavens, essentially a constellational alignment. And that's called the Revelation 12. Or sign. It happened at the birth of the King of Kings 2,000 years ago. It also happened back in 2017 on the 23rd of September. This alignment occurred as well. A woman pregnant, let's see if I can get this off the screen. A woman pregnant, clothed in the sun, moon at her feet, a crown of 12 stars. Wow. Third relational alignment. And that's called the Revelation 12, or sign. It happened at the birth of the King of Kings 2,000 years ago. It also happened back in 2017 on the 23rd of September. This alignment occurred as well. A woman pregnant, let's see if I can get this off the screen. A woman pregnant, clothed in the sun, moon at her feet, a crown of 12 stars, which of course Leo's only 9 stars, and this alignment, they used to call planets wandering stars in the ancient times. There are multiple planets that end up being accompanied with Leo, making it 12 stars, a crown of 12. You have a great red dragon at her feet, and that is the constellation Serpens here. And I found that to be very curious. We had that happened back in 2017. It also happened in, I think, 2023 as well. Her being pregnant because there was, what was it, Jupiter or something? Yeah, Jupiter, I think, was rotating inside her stomach. Then we had an asteroid go through here in September of 2023. And so, of course, this was something we talked about. This was something that happened during the birth of the King of Kings. Actually, let me show you that. We had. Have you ever heard of the statement, the stars align for you? The stars align for you. Like that means something big is going to happen in your life because the stars align. We have here on his birth multiple wandering stars, planets aligning. You got the moon. I can't even read this. It's in HD. You got Venus, Mercury, the sun, the moon. What is that? I can't read it. Okay, one of them. Jupiter. Am I reading it right? Can I read that? Let me try this. See if I can read it. Yeah, Jupiter. What is this one? Spica. Okay, Spica. So you have all of these wandering stars aligning in a line. See that? This is what it means by the stars align. That was on his birth. When was his birth? This is from Stellarium, 3 BC, the month of September. Can you guess the day? The day is the 11th. Yes, indeed. That was the day we're thinking or postulating from all the research is when he was actually born. That was when that sign was seen. And, of course, this is something I'm just trying to establish that these things happen. Let me show you multiple others. Let me show you this. This is kind of interesting. I thought this one's interesting. You had a weird inflection point on 1/5/2015 where you had various blood moon tetrads mirrored back forward in time and reverse in time. As you can see here, 90 days before 1/5/2015, you had one on 10/8/14, you had one on 4/4/15, 90 days ahead, 266 days ahead, 9/28/15, 4/15/14. You also had the same structure with these as well. As you can see there's something about this day, 1/5/2015, where you have all these blood moon tetrads mirroring back in time and forward in time. What happened on 1/5/2015? I don't know. It's very interesting, though. So this is, I think, when stuff started really happening, when we started getting these signs indicating we're entering into something different. And that's also when things started getting crazy, if you ever noticed on Earth. It was around 2015, 2016 when everything went to hell in a handbasket, right? Pretty much. So it's kind of interesting how that matches. You also have this. I've talked about this also on my channel. You had the celestial seasons where you had solar eclipses. You had 4 solar eclipses during the time of Esther, the book of Esther, 480 BC. You also had it in 2024, the exact same dates.
This is the best peppermill on the planet, period. Most grinders are cute.
Almost as if it was a mirror of the same thing. Interestingly, there's a chapter that was removed from the book of Esther, the last chapter, which is a chapter about a Mordecai's dream, where he saw 2 dragons in the heavens warring over power, essentially who's going to rule the earth. And the red dragon, there was an evil dragon and there's a good dragon, and the good dragon won. So what's interesting about that is that's when Esther saved Israel, and that's essentially the story of the book of Esther. She saved Israel through her marriage to a pagan king. And so what's interesting about it is that they moved from the red dragon time to a white dragon time, from an evil dragon to a good dragon. And there were 500-year periods of time. So this is 480 BC. I've talked about this before. 480 BC to 0 AD was a white dragon age. So we'll start from the beginning. Actually, it would be 1000 BC to 500 BC would be a red dragon age. We moved from a red dragon to a white dragon age. 500 BC to 0 AD. 0 AD to 500 AD was a red dragon age again. It says in Scripture, the God of this world has blinded their eyes. And what it actually says in the ancient Greek is the God of this age. The word world and age are the same. The God of this age has blinded their eyes because it was a red dragon age. That's why it was so bad, 0 to 500 AD. But then, 500 AD to 1500 AD was 2 White Dragon Ages. It's called the Middle Ages or medieval times. Then we entered into a Red Dragon Age again at King Henry VIII. We've been living in a Red Dragon Age until right about now. From what I can tell, based on research, is that it ended essentially at the tail end of last year. We are now entering into a White Dragon Age again. However, when you look at what happened during the time of King Arthur, which is around 500 BC, or not BC, AD, 500 AD, Esther was BC. 500 AD was King Arthur, Lancelot, you know that story. He had a dream about 2 dragons warring, and then the White Dragon won. The White Dragon was the Saxons, the Red Dragon was Wales. It also represented the medieval times, the White Dragon being the White Dragon Age. So he also understood that it related to the Book of Esther. This chapter was removed from the Bible and put in the Apocrypha so no one would read it. Why did he do that? It's a good question. So what I'm thinking is we are now moving into a White Dragon Age, but what happened during the time of King Arthur was essentially they had a massive volcano, maybe a super volcano, I don't know, but according to some of these historical texts, the whole sky was dark for about a year, and the crops died because some volcano went on. Now, whether that's a super volcano, I don't know. I don't know how big of a volcano you need to cover the sky for like all of Europe for an entire year. That sounds like a pretty big volcano. Whether it's super volcano or not, it went off shortly after they got into the White Dragon Age. So just because we enter into a White Dragon Age doesn't mean it gets all hunky-dory right away. It's still crazy for a while until you finally get really into it, and then it starts getting peaceful. At any rate, so I just wanted to kind of explain that out. And could this be related? Everyone just assumes aliens and things that happen in the stars are all science, and none of it can be related to spirituality whatsoever. But I think they're 100% wrong, my friends. At any rate, that's my video. Kind of wondering what some of you guys think. Let me know in the comment section below, and thanks for watching.
Throw away your reading glasses. Throw away your computer glasses. Yes, throw away your sunglasses too. This is the last pair of glasses you...
Is that a hot rod? It is very hot. That's a very hot rod. Yes.
If I come out of the water, wouldn't no longer be here. None of us up here.
Really?
Hey, it's me, Destin. Welcome back to Smarter Every Day. I am so incredibly excited to share this video with you. I have never experienced anything like this. I've wanted to learn about nuclear power for years, but I've purposefully kept myself ignorant. Like I didn't, I deep dive into aerodynamics and all material science, things like that. But nuclear power is like this thing that I didn't want to approach until the time was right. And I'm telling you, the time is right. We're about to learn about nuclear power by seeing it and by meeting the people who are making nuclear power. And we're going to walk inside an active nuclear power plant, not just like on any normal day. We're going to walk into a power plant on the day that they're refueling it. They're taking old fuel rods out and putting new fuel rods back in. And we're going to see how they do that. And it has totally demystified nuclear power for me. Like, this experience just changed how I feel about a nuclear power plant being just down the road from where I live. It's awesome. So this is what I would ask of you to do for you. If you would just watch the video as if you're there with me, and we're walking around and we're asking the questions together and we're experiencing it, and give yourself some grace. Because there are moments where I have no idea what's going on and I'm just asking questions. And I think it's okay to not know what's happening and then just let it happen. And then later on in the video, we'll understand more about it. So this is a really neat experience. I hope you really enjoy it. This is unlike the access most people get to the nuclear industry. So this is very, very special. And I want to thank the people that let this happen. This is the culmination of months of coordination and training and people working behind the scenes to give us this very special look into a very special place. You can't just take a camera here. You have to have the proper training, and a ton of people made this happen. I'm so grateful for that. But Leah, let's go to an active nuclear power plant and learn about nuclear power in a very real way. Let's go get smarter every day. So something's about to happen that we've been wanting to happen forever. we're going to get to go to a nuclear plant. This is my friend, Philip, who forever, I've called him Jimmy Neutron as long as I can remember. And the thing about Philip is he's very moderate, very level. How would you say?
Very expressive.
This is his angry face. This is also his happy face. This is his excited face. And that's kind of who you want working in a nuclear plant, I feel.
Yeah, I'm the most boring man you'll meet. I have to get extra medium shirts.
Extra medium? Okay. All right, George, we're going to go to a nuclear plant. You excited?
I'm so pumped.
There it is over there. Where are we at, Philip?
We are leaving the training center, and you are just east of the plant.
What's the name of the plant?
This is Browns Ferry Nuclear Plant.
All right, this is the third largest nuclear plant in the United States, correct?
I don't know. It's one of the biggest ones.
I believe it is, but you guys have 3 units, correct?
We have 3 units. We are the only plant that has all 3 units under one roof.
Watch your step, watch your step. Yeah, the safety at nuclear plants, I've heard, is over the top.
Oh, yeah. We have rules on how to climb a flight of stairs.
Really?
It's crazy. But people rarely get hurt, so I guess it worked.
There you go.
What's up, Bill?
Hey, how are you doing?
Yeah, well, all right. So this is the security?
It is. This is our Westgate house, so we get into the plane.
Okay. Cool. Sounds good. Bill, what's your deal here at the plant?
I work with the distribution shop right now. I've worked here for about 15 years. Spent some time in operations as a licensed operator. And
so is this where I need to cut off the camera for security stuff? Or we go? Okay, we're gonna cut the camera here. So we just went through a lot of security that I'm not allowed to show you.
Yep.
And it's pretty intense. There's a lady that you'll probably see on camera here in a minute. She's got a rifle. So I feel comfortable with that. That's pretty good.
Well, we want to make sure everybody stays safe while they're working here. We don't want any issues of wrong people being here, right?
So when you come into work every day, you got to go through that.
Yes, sir, every day.
All right, good. All right, so Bill, what do we have here?
So these are our 2 buildings. You'll see the larger building over here is our reactor building. Our shorter building over here is our turbine building. Reactor building's got the reactors that are housed in there. It's really a secondary containment, just in case something went awry. And then the turbine building over here is where we got our turbine and our generator, where we produce our power. And then you can actually over here see all the lines that are coming out of the plant. That's where we supply 500,000 volts to the valley, which goes to the substations out there to our homes, really. Neutrons, electrons.
So the reactor's actually in there.
Yep.
And then this is the generator, turbine, all this.
Yep.
And then that's where distribution. The security stuff, it's pretty serious.
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's.
Am I allowed to say what we had to do to get in the building?
I mean, yeah, you can.
Biometrics.
So. Yeah.
Biometrics, and yeah, that was not normal biometrics. Browns Ferry Nuclear Power Plant is run by TVA, the Tennessee Valley Authority. It's a public corporation created during the New Deal coming out of the Great Depression to help manage and protect and use the Tennessee Valley's vast waterway system as effectively as possible. And today, it's become a major energy provider in the area, pushing power out to over 10 million people. This plant, Browns Ferry, was constructed in the 1960s and 1970s and is a huge deal for my local community. We headed down to what's called dosimetry, where we would be checked in and given devices called dosimeters that would track our exposure to ionizing radiation as we move throughout the plant. This video is part of a deep dive series on nuclear power that we're doing here on Smarter Every Day. In a previous video, we learned about these dosimeters when George and I had to undergo radiation training in order to enter the plant today. So if you want to go deeper into nuclear power, check out this series. It's pretty cool. You can subscribe on YouTube if you're into that, or you can sign up for the email list on smartereveryday.com, and when the new videos come out, I'll send them to you. In an earlier video in the series, we explored EDR-1, the first nuclear reactor to generate electricity and put it on the grid. And there's so much more that we're going to learn about in this deep dive, from how we handle radioactive materials to future nuclear technology to how to deal with nuclear waste. In upcoming videos, we're going to explore all this and learn everything we can about this important energy option. But right now, let's get back to the plant. How's it going? I'm Destin.
Destin, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, just one at a time. I'll need you to step into
this?
Yes, the Gem 5.
Okay. Sounds good.
Yeah.
And so what are we doing here? You said your name was?
Amanda.
I'm Destin, yeah.
Radiation protection, the one that issues dosimetry.
Oh, great.
Yes.
Awesome. So I go right in here?
Step in, face the wall, or you can
Face the wall.
3, 2, be careful stepping out.
Honestly, I tried the new bearskin hoodie, and here's the truth. Okay, first things first, this fleece is thick. It's made from 340 GSM of bearskin fleece, which is super warm, wind blocking, and regulates body heat like a fleece.
You need the new 340 GSM military.
This little device, as far as it's your dosimeter of legal record.
Okay.
So when this is read, it has a dose on it, and when you log in, you'll have a self-reading dosimeter. It's real time.
Okay.
Okay.
And so I'll carry these with me at all times, right?
Well, when you go into the RCA, you'll log into the SRD, but this will be on your person at all time.
Okay. Got it. And so do you track this for everybody in the entire plant?
Anyone who has to go in the RCA, yes.
Wow. That's amazing. Okay.
About 2,000. And during an outage, could be anywhere from there to 4,000.
Wow. That's amazing. So while we're waiting on dosimetry, this is Angela.
Hi.
So what instructions did they give you?
They just said just to be with y'all just in case anything happened. We needed to escort y'all out.
You're more intimidating than I expected.
Really?
You are, yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Ma'am?
You can hold this.
Oh, thank you so much. So this is my dosimeter.
Dosimeter, yes.
I should feel a bond with this.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Do not lose it.
Okay, great. Thank you. Are you excited to bond with your dosimeter?
I just can't wait to meet it.
There's a lot of stuff. Good thing I have 3 chins. Start putting stuff to my chins. That's why I have the beard. So you have the beard?
You excited?
I'm very excited. Did you see me do a little dance just then?
It's good to have people excited here.
That's good. Seeing a lot of beards, man. I don't have a beard. Do they issue you that beard?
Yes, I do.
He just got a mustache. I don't have facial hair. I don't feel like I can be here. Bill thought I might find it interesting to check in with some of the people in the executive offices, so we went upstairs to Lionel Plummer, the safety manager. What's up, man?
I'm Lionel.
I'm Destin. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, pleasure. So, Lionel, I have heard a word over and over ever since I got here, and it's outage.
Yeah.
I've heard the word outage. What is it? What is an outage?
An outage means that, so the plant, when it's running, it's online.
Okay.
That means we're making power, we're putting it out there in the transmission system. We got to turn the plant off, cool everything down, open everything up so we can fix the valves, fix the motors, and do the maintenance of the plant. So we're not creating any power, we're not generating any electricity. But this is a monster. It's 3 units, and it's a challenge to manage not just the outage, the unit that we have the outage. We still have 2 reactors that are running.
Okay.
So it's always a challenge, and it's a good team. It takes a solid team to manage all this. Some of the other sites that may just have 1 unit, a little easier for them because they just got that 1 unit in the outage. That's all they got to focus on. But we're still producing power with 2 other units.
Okay, so there's 3 units. So Bill, there's 3 units here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so what are the Unit 1, Unit 2, Unit 3? Is that what you're calling?
Yes, sir. Yeah, each operating about 4,000 thermal megawatts, putting out about 1,350 megawatts of electric to the grid.
What's going down for the outage?
Right now, Unit 2 is down, and we're refueling that and performing all the work that Lionel discussed, and Unit 1 and 3 are operating. We are in a refueling outage. So refueling outage means we are literally taking the spent fuel out, putting in the spent fuel pool, and we got around 330 new assemblies that we're putting inside the core. So that's where you have your coal plants that have railroad cars constantly coming in with coal. We can run 2 years off of off the nuclear fuel that we put in the pipe for this outage.
And that's happening today.
Right now, as we speak.
So this is a big day to be here.
Yes, it is.
And this is why you brought me in on a Saturday.
I did, yes, sir.
Thank you so much, man. Lionel, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Is this the fuel bundle, Bill?
Yeah, actually, that is a markup of the fuel bundle.
So this is what we're refueling today?
That's right, yeah. This is the Natrium 11, I believe, is the style on this one.
Okay.
These are your fuel rods. Actually, you got a good view of the fuel pellets here also.
So these are the pellets. All right. So we're pulling these things out with a crane and putting them back in?
Correct, yeah.
So these fuel rods are where the magic happens, and I want to talk about it so much. Someone actually sent me a book after one of the first videos in this series. I opened the book, it's made like a long time ago. Sure enough, the exact reactor for Browns Ferry Nuclear Power Plant is in there. Look at that. Those are the fuel bundles. And I have been researching this so much. The thing specifically I want to talk about is the difference between a boiling water reactor, which is what Browns Ferry is, and a pressurized water reactor. But we just don't have time for that in this video. But in a future video, we're going to talk to an internationally recognized expert named Bill Williamson. This guy knows so much. We are going to learn this stuff, but this video is just not the place to do it. But for now, let's go talk to the guy that's over this nuclear power plant.
Can I hide from us? I got some people that wanted to be split.
What's up, Clint?
Hey man, good to see you.
How's it going?
Good.
Yeah. So I'm Destin.
Yep.
Yeah. We met during my training, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I met Lionel, so far safety guy, and you're the plant manager, right? Correct. So I learned about the outage. So we're in an outage. Yep. Unit 2 is down. Is that what that means?
Yeah, so one of the benefits of the plant manager's office is you have megawatt meters for all 3 units.
Is that real?
Yeah.
Absolutely real? Okay.
So you can see 2 is down, 1's at 100% power, 3 is right about 91% power right now. We're coming back up to 100 from the
Outage that we talked about. Okay, so how long does it take to come up to, what is 100% in terms of megawatts?
about 1,300 on a good cold river day.
What do you mean by cold river day?
So when the river's cold, it allows us to improve our vacuum in the condenser, which improves our megawatt output.
Really?
Yeah, it's temperature dependent.
So tell me, when you see these dials up here like this, what does that make you feel? Like, is
the one on the left makes me happy.
Okay. Yeah.
And the one in the center is expected, right? So you have to, every 2 years, you have to take a unit down to change out a third of the pure fuel. And that's what we're doing. That's what you'll go see here in a little bit.
My name is Scott Harrison. Just listen. This is my wife.
They're moving fuel in and out of the core.
And the one on the far right, are you comfortable with that?
No, I like it to match the one you don't want.
So what I've been told is that nuclear plants, like, you want it to be boring.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Hot, straight, normal, 100% power, just sit there.
Really? So steady state.
Yep.
So how long does it take to bring a plant down for an outage? And then versus how long does it take to bring it back up?
So the way we do it for refueling outages, it takes about 12 hours. We start around 9 o'clock in the morning, derating in steps. And then we can go in various... So we're a BWR, which is boiling water reactor, which means we have contaminated systems throughout the whole station. So there's areas that we can't access at 100% power that we can't access at 40% power. So we'll go in at 40%. We'll come down from, like this last time we were coasting, we were down to about 80% power because our fuel was running out. So we were coasting down from 100 down to 80. And then we started our outage, so we came down to around 40% power, took heaters out of service, did some inspections, looking for leaks, looking for stuff we would need to fix during the outage, so that we had the right scope for the outage.
So you start ramping down,
right,
take an assessment, you go more places.
That's right.
And then at that time, you start planning for the outage. Do you keep it at 40%?
No, so we come down to around 20% and then insert what we call a manual scram.
What is that?
So there's 2 big red buttons in the control room. You can see those. The operator pushes those. All the rods go in. BWR, they come in from the bottom. So it immediately shuts down the reactor.
Okay, so what is a BWR?
So a boiling water reactor means it's designed to have boiling inside the reactor vessel.
Okay.
Pressurized water reactors don't have mass boiling in their reactors. They have nucleate boiling, which means tiny little bubbles form on the surface of the fuel and then immediately collapse because pressure is so high that it doesn't turn to boiling.
Okay.
We essentially are saturation conditions inside the vessel. So we run around 1,000 pounds, 1,000 PSIG, which equates to about 570 degrees.
So even though it's called a boiling water reactor and the other one's called a pressurized water reactor,
you're still boiling under pressure here. Yeah. But we're designed to have mass boiling, so that we have a huge pocket of steam inside the pressure vessel, which PWRs don't.
Okay. Kind of like the old locomotives, the steam locomotives, they had a big reservoir on top of steam.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. And so what temperature will that steam be? 570, you said?
Yeah, about 570.
Yeah, modern temperature is about 570. Yes, that's right.
So these are literally the steam vapors.
Let's see. Saturated steam.
Because every nuclear plant is just a steam plant, right?
Correct. Ultimately, you create the steam to drive a turbine. So about 550.
So you went to PSI, pounds per square inch. You went down to 1,000, right?
Right.
That's where this BWR operates. And then the temperature that water boils is in this about 550. And so it's just physics.
Yep.
So we're going to see Unit 2 open, which makes sense because we're in outage.
It's flooded up to you'll be able to see. So as part of refueling, we take those concrete blocks off, take the drywall head off, we take the rag pressure vessel head off, put them on stands, and then we flood the water level up equal to the spent fuel pool, and then we remove some blocks, shield blocks, and then we just lift the fuel up, move it over, and put it down. So it's one big pool.
Thanks, Glenn.
Thank you.
What's this?
Got some hard hats for you, some safety equipment for when you get out in the plant.
Great.
Oh, we landed.
Bill's making me do more training. What am I doing?
You're doing some form materials. And so one of the things before it's open, right? So we want to make sure that there's nothing that could potentially drop off you and fall onto the core. We have methods of retrieval, obviously. If something happened, we'd be okay. But what I want to make sure is that you understand the rules and regulations associated with going into the core. And as far as form material goes, we don't want to drop it.
So I don't drop something. I'm taking training so I don't drop like camera pieces or anything. So I guess the point is, I'm not just going over an open nuclear reactor. This is a coordinated event, and we're going to have to be careful about how I hold things. Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Time to dress out.
I don't feel misty, but I feel chill. That's quite
Well, you are.
It's cool. So where are we going exactly? We're going over the fuel?
Yeah, we're going to go on a refuel floor bridge. So,
what is this? Can you look at this?
Yeah, actually, that's a really good picture right there. So what they're doing, this is a picture of our forearm covered right here. And
that's where we're going?
Yeah, there's a bridge that's sitting over there. There's almost near about 100 feet of water that's over all that fuel. And we're going to ride a bridge, crane essentially, that goes over there and moves through.
Is that what is happening here? Like I'm seeing a camera. Is this on the crane that's moving?
Yeah, that's on the mast on the crane. That's all the way down. Right now there's another portion that you're not seeing, the spent fuel pool. That's where they're at right now. But there's a mast that goes all the way down into the core, and it'll latch on to the fuel and we'll move the fuel.
So this blue that I'm seeing, is that Cherenkov radiation or is that lighting?
Well, that's probably lighting over there. You'll see this some Cherenkov when we pick up another bundle here. You'll probably see it. But there is a blue glow that'll be around the fuel itself.
So is this a crane operator actually grabbing things?
That's right. You'll see it when you go over the next bundle. But there's like an open claw, and then the camera is an open claw, and we'll sit down on the bundle, and it'll latch on the bundle.
Really? Okay, cool. And and all these different fuel cans. Crazy. So it's just like.
Now this is just the sweetest wallet I've ever seen. GPS track wallet, trigger engaged, and RFID protected, extremely sleek, beautiful craftsmanship, all billet machined, RFID protected, aerospace grade aluminum, 3K twill carbon fiber with silicone dots on the inside to break your patch. This piece expands storage up to 15 cards with compression back here. Your cards do not fall out thanks to a patented internal safety mechanism on your side there. If you are more of a minimalist like me, we offer premium leather care.
The clogging almost. They're just kind of putting things in the little slots.
Yeah, they've all got specific places where they're supposed to go. We keep very close track of where everything's at, and there's a lot of
I guess I'll say poison, especially in the spent fuel pool, where we make sure that we can put the fuel in the fuel stays subcritical level.
Oh, so this is the reactor?
This is the reactor.
And then this is the spent fuel.
Well, they're actually, the crane's going over to the reactor at this point in time. It wasn't a spent fuel pool. So now you'll see come over the reactor here.
Whoa, that was a cool reveal. That was pretty neat.
Reactor here. Whoa. The reactor at this point in time. It wasn't a spent fuel pool. So now you'll see come over the reactor here.
Whoa, that was a cool reveal. That was pretty neat. So this is what the reactor looks like. Yep. Okay, so I guess this is a question I have. So we got cameras, and Philip, you were saying don't use like non-cotton fabric. You're saying that's bad, right?
Not necessarily bad. Synthetic fibers tend to have more static electricity, and the static is what radon gets, it will adhere to it.
So when the radon attaches to it, I'm not going to be able to get this out because the RP won't let me.
Right, it'll set off the radiation detectors, and then you can, most of the time, you can just let it sit for a little while, and it will decay, and you can get it out. Might be the next day. But
that radon is all naturally occurring.
That's not from the plant.
Not us.
So the RP personnel that I learned about in the safety training, the people that have to scan you so that you can come out, they have to make sure that you're clean, and so a lot of times radon is the stuff that gets on your bag. Now set off their detector and you can't get it out.
Yep.
Okay. So,
and same thing with your clothes. If you wear synthetic fibers, polyester, nylon, stuff like that, it does the same thing.
You're about to pour fuel burn around the floor, and I think you'll actually see the strength off effect here when it comes out.
Really? He's trying to grab it first?
Yep. What they're doing is they're on the bundle. And they're going to, there's unique identifiers, serial numbers, and you can kind of see it right here.
Uh-huh.
So they're going to verify that they're on the right bundle. And now he's sitting on it, and then he'll latch onto it, and then he'll make sure that he's got a good hold of it, and then he'll bring it up.
This is what you used to do, isn't it?
I did this for a little while, yeah.
You were, what do you call this person?
I was the reactivity manager over the fuel unit.
Fuel unit, okay, cool. So he's securing?
Yep.
And is there some video we can get of this?
Absolutely.
Are they recording this?
They are.
So now he's flying the bundle. Or she, whoever it is.
There's just rank off effect right there.
Oh, yeah. So how far above the pool will we be?
See really well in the hole right there that was just vacated. So we're about to head to the plant. We're going to swing by RP. They're going to give us a RWP, a radiation warfare permit. We're going to sign in to go into the plant. We're going to understand our dose limits and all that type of stuff. And when we get up to, I'll take up to the floor, and then when we get up to the floor, you and I are going to change the jobs that we're doing. So we're going to go out on the grid. So you and I will have another RWP we'll log on to.
I have written down the reasons why you should use the sponsor for this video. It's going to be the simplest sponsorship ever. It's free. The thing I'm going to tell you about is free. And it's good. It's AnyDesk. AnyDesk is remote control software where you can control a computer from a different location. I'll see what else I wrote. It lets you be other places, just like I just said. You can control computers from your phone. If you have a machine that you got to run, and there's a dedicated computer to it, you can figure out a way to use AnyDesk to be at that machine when you're not. So you can be at other places. For example, last week, I went to Fall Break with my family. I got to see dragonflies in front of a sunset. They were swarming. It was the coolest thing ever. I got to see those dragonflies because of AnyDesk. They let me control my computer that was editing a video that I'm working on, this one. They let me control that computer from the beach. It was a really big deal. Let's see what else we have here. It works on tons of platforms. You can work on a Mac versus a PC. You can work Linux. There's all kinds of platforms that AnyDesk works on. I actually use it all the time. No joke. I've worked on my PhD stuff. I think I've talked about that on here before. I've worked on machining stuff. I've worked on editing. I use this product all the time. It's really, really good, which is why, if you want to try it for free, you can go to anydesk.com/smarter. Just check it out. See if you like it. If you don't, that's fine. You've lost nothing. anydesk.com/smarter. Give it a shot. They know you're going to like it. And they know you might think it could work. This is how it works. That's where they do their money. But for you, consider it's free. But yeah, anydesk.com/smarter. Big thanks to AnyDesk for supporting Smarter every day. I'm grateful. I think you'll love the product. I always talk about things here on Smarter Every Day that I genuinely use and love. AnyDesk is one of those. So yeah, consider it. AnyDesk.com/smarter.
Okay, I just had to take a bunch of training about foreign material dropping into the pool, and so I'm hyper aware of that now.
One thing we do, I mean, it's taken weeks to get you in here, and the only thing we've done is really just train you for a week pretty much before we got in here, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
We want to make sure you're prepared. How are you, buddy? That's an interesting fellow right there.
Yeah?
He's our valve guy.
A valve guy?
Yep.
You have a whole guy just for valves?
Yeah, pretty good. Yeah, we have a couple guys for valves, but he's our lead guy for valves.
We've only got one right now. I'm like, well, that's
Can I see your tattoo real quick? Yeah, that's awesome. That's cool. Thank you.
This is RP? This is RP, yeah. This is our briefing station before we head out into the plant to make sure we understand what RWPs we're getting off.
Yes, sir. So, when you go to log in, it's going to ask you to scan the front of your dosimeter first, scan that barcode. You're going to scan, it's going to say, let's scan the back, it'll be that barcode. It's going to ask you for a work order number. Type this number right here, 125-129-292. Then it's going to give you a drop-down box. You get the little arrow. That's going to be the only number that's available. It ends in that 121. Okay?
Yes, sir.
It's going to be y'all's RWP. It's going to get y'all up to the refuel floor, traveling through Unit 1. They'll take y'all in the office. You can check in up there. Now, when you get up there, make sure you let them know your set points for your RWP. It's 5 milligram dose alarm and 40 milligram per hour dose rating. That's fairly low to be going on the refuel floor. So that would determine where they're going to allow you to go or if they want y'all to be on a different RWP with higher set points, okay? 5 and 40. 5 and 40. Okay. Just make sure that the technicians that you talk to up there know that.
Okay.
All right.
Let's get some of these.
We can grab any of them.
Well, we want a smaller one. We don't want a screamer.
A screamer meaning a loud one?
Yeah, so if you're in like a high noise area. Okay, so we're going to go to a white strip ticket area. Anyone that says white is fine. Put your dosimeter in there first. There you go. Yep. Yep. And then it's going to ask you to scan the back. Now this is where you pull up your RWP. So click view RWP. This is what we talked about earlier in the training, right?
Mm-hmm. So every worker does this.
You are granted access to the RCA.
That's a pretty big deal.
And then you're going to put that right next to your DLR.
Sounds great. Here we go, about to go in. So you've been saying for years you didn't ever think this would happen.
No, I really didn't think Bill would pull this off.
So we're actually about to do it, which is a pretty big deal. Bill, are you proud that you pulled it off?
Let's not give me all the credit, because if this goes awry, I don't want to be the one that goes down, man.
But it's a pretty big deal to be able to take a camera into a place like this.
It is a huge deal.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, baby. Give me that.
It's exciting. Is that Kevin?
Yeah.
All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to go in the RCA. You're going to put your dad on here. Bill will go in last. Just make sure you're all good. You get the green light, and we'll go in. Okay. Now you got your hard hat,
yes,
safety
sir.
glasses,
Yes,
hearing
sir.
protection, the DLR, and your dad, right?
Yes, sir.
Good to go.
Great. Currently, I have 0 milliram.
Remember, we're going in an industrial environment, so it can get a little loud, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, y'all ready? Let's go.
So we're in the RCA now.
We are actually in the RCA, that's correct.
It's very clean.
It is.
Video.
Okay, so what I'm about to take you into is the secondary containment area, right? You'll notice that there's some locked doors and everything, like watertight doors. We do this intentionally because this is our absolute last means if something bad happened. That's where we keep it all. We keep this area at negative pressure just to make sure we keep all containment products inside secondary containment if something were to happen. So that's why you see the doors like that.
So that's an air and a water door.
A flow tight, yeah. It's not really an air door. It's mostly a water door.
Okay, I see. Do we have to badge in to go?
Yeah, we're going to have to badge in. So I'm first in. Now we're going to walk up to the elevator through the operating spaces because there's less of it.
And before we go any farther, when you see the floor drains, don't step on those. They're a lot of times contaminated. Okay? So be looking for floor drains.
So we have 185 control rods. There's 185 of these accumulators, which will assist the control rod to enter the vessel in the event of a scream.
Got it. So they're individual pressure tanks with check valves to maintain pressure.
Effectively, yes.
Okay. So it's contaminated just because water has gone down into it.
At some point in time, the surface is most likely not from where we're at, but inside those drains, there may be some contamination.
I see.
We don't know. And getting into the drains and pre-releasing it is very difficult. So we just say, stay out of it.
Don't touch it. Got it. I'm getting no dose.
We'll go up to the fourth elevation. We'll pick up our C-zone clothes that I suspect they're going to ask us for, and then we'll head up to the regional floor.
Okay. What RP you on? Or how do you say, RWP?
RWP.
On 252-000-22.
Is that how I would say that to you? What RWP you on?
Yeah, that's typically.
It's more like how long till lunch? That's what we normally talk about?
Sounds like it.
This is a big motor.
Yeah, they're abandoned in place at this point in time. That's how we used to control the speed of the recirc pumps before we had static control. So we moved over to the recirc drives. These are some big old motor generators.
It's easier just to leave them there.
Yep.
Abandoned in place. Interesting. So we're going to dress out here?
No, we'll take our stuff up to the refill floor and get briefed up there, but we're going to grab our booties and everything here.
Okay. Are you getting one for each of us?
I can, yeah.
I'm scared to touch anything.
That's good. Stay that way.
Stay that way?
No. I have no clear plastic. Do you have any clear plastic?
I have no clear plastic. Thank you.
Your license? Your license?
How y'all doing?
Good.
So you're the RP?
Yes, sir.
If there's one thing I learned in that training, it's to say Mother May I to you before I do anything.
Oh, really?
He's gonna love these guys.
Yeah. We've been briefing them up. This will be my test for them.
What do you think they're going to do to me?
You're gonna get the ribs trying to get all that stuff out of the bridge.
Think so?
Yeah. Better get that out of the bridge.
Yeah.
He's got to see the cameras. Good luck.
A lot of straps.
A lot of straps. Yeah. What's your name?
Trenton.
Trenton, I'm Destin. Nice to meet you.
Destin.
Oh, I didn't like that handshake. Let's do that again. That's a better one. How long have you been here? In terms of years? Yeah, nuclear.
2011.
Really? So nice to meet you.
Destin.
Oh, I didn't like that handshake. Let's do that again. That's a better name?
Trenton.
Trenton, I'm Destin. Nice to meet you.
Destin.
Oh, I didn't like that handshake. Let's do that again. That's a better one. How long have you been here? In terms of years? Yeah, nuclear.
2011.
Really?
Just me and Destin will be. Yeah, we're going to take the other guys up to the crow's nest, and Destin and I will be out on the bridge.
So you're RP.
That's right. I'll get you 18504.
Always be nice to people on the elevator. They might be your RP later. My RWP is 121. Is that it? That's my work order.
It's 125, 129, 292. That's your work order. You're right. Your RWP's 121.
Yeah, 121 is my work order.
Your RWP.
RWP, dadgummit.
What's your ID number on that?
My ID number is 37467.
So you've been on 25, like I said, you've been on 25, 2000, 92. Dose alarm is 60 milligrams. The dose rate alarm is 250 milligrams per hour.
Alright, this is what RWP looks like when you go to look at it. Got your description. This is for refuel floor activities. It's for high radiological risk, so this will gain you entry into high radiation areas, even though we don't have one posted where y'all will be at. But just in case, moving things throughout the water, high radiological risk is a possibility. Those 60 milligrams. So the area where you'll be at on the bridge. So if you look over there, yes. Look at this top right panel here.
Monitoring humidity is one of the most important measurements you can make in your drying process. Operators today are...
Bridge. This is the bridge. See all these people on here?
Yes, sir.
That's where y'all will be at.
Yes, sir.
So dose rates there are about 1 to 2 milligram an hour. So that's where it comes to our dose rate alarm. Your dose rate alarm is set at 250 milligram. An hour. On the bridge, you shouldn't get close to that at all.
Because of the water.
It's the water. Water's your shield. Water's your mediator. We have stopwatch up here. In the event of a dose alarm, or unanticipated dose rate alarm.
That's a microphone.
Oh.
I just having a hard time hearing you.
Oh, there we go. We got stopwatch criteria. In the event of a dose or a dose rate alarm, immediately notify RP. Stop work. We'll leave the area. We have air monitors on the north side. So if you hear those go off, you'll hear them go off. That means everyone in the C zone or on the floor will evacuate. We'll help that transition, and we'll leave the floor entirely.
Will RP be on the bridge?
We will have RP in the zone, and they will be covering the bridge. We have telemetry, so we can constantly monitor the dose rates. in the area. So right here you see these little dose rates. Yes, sir. So that's for inside the 360 platform, and that's for on the bridge. So if you look back to our screen over here, you'll notice on the left camera there's a 360 platform here. So we have RDS 31s monitoring the dose where the workers are actively working in the 360. So this just helps us see the progression of dose rates in the area from afar. That way we can let anyone know what's going on.
So you've got instrumentation right there, and we're going to be on the bridge right there where they are, correct?
Correct.
And then, so you're monitoring it in real time, and because the RWP is active, you know that we're out there.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, so everyone's covering all the way around, both ways and backwards.
Sounds good. And so right now, I'm at 0.1 millirem an hour, which is nothing.
Right. And now you're about to sign off out here and sign on to, this will probably come up in what, 71?
It came up on 121.
121. So we're going to sign on to 252.000.92.
Yes, sir. And then my rate alarm will go up.
Right. So your set points will change. You'll go to a dose alarm 60 millirem and a dose rate alarm 250 millirem an hour.
Cool. Thank you. I appreciate it. What was your name? Christian. Nice to meet you, Christian. Yeah.
Now we can start back by this window. We got a full brake on it. We do go reverse braking.
Yes, sir.
The dose alarm, the dose rate alarm, reverse braking.
Yes, sir.
Back by this window, we got a full brake on it. We do the reverse braking.
Yes, sir.
The dose alarm, the dose rate alarm, we usually typically what we do is say, what's your dose alarm? And you can read back to me what the dose alarm is, which would be 250. And then I ask you, what's your dose rate alarm? 60. And you say 250.
It's 250 milligrams per hour.
Per hour. Yes, that's correct.
What's my limit dose? Is it 6? It was 60, so I said that backwards. Okay.
Yeah.
So the dose rate alarm is 250, and the dose limit is 60. Yes, sir. Milligram.
Once milligram per hour.
Yes, sir.
So the Versal is going to be a full Versal with the single Versal with the hood on the bridge, and that's to protect you because you're going to go into the contaminated area. Contamination levels in the area on the bridge is less than 1,000 dpm per centimeter square, up to 2,000 dpm per centimeter square. So low level contamination, minimal Versal, we have several different Versals, so this would be the minimal Versal.
So we're not going to be quite the level he is, or is it going to be the level he is?
It's the same Versal.
So you want to put another scope down?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So my max is 60, my rate is 250. It's a single, and then you do want to send the skull count.
Right.
said location, that means something to you. In this, I see. And it'll be number 2.
It could be going back to the floor. It's just on this first fuel shuffle. This is where it's going to rest. Just to be exactly taken like.
I see.
Okay, Bill and I are about to go up on the bridge, which is a pretty big deal. Let's get our work order number.
Scroll down to RWP 92.
Most jeans worn in America aren't made What's up, guys? We're not going to be lucky to take care of the whole jean tank. We're going to want to go tight in this way. Starting with the newest innovation. The board will make us unofficially uniformed, worn by rank.
And what we're 3-2, right? Yep. 5250. We'll hit yes. Yes. All right.
So that reset my dosimeter.
It did.
Okay.
All right, then we'll come over here and we'll get dressed out.
I'm constantly thinking about where I set things down. All right, so I'm getting dressed now, right?
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, and we don't wear our hard hats inside the C-zone.
Okay.
Where we're going, so you can take that off right now while we're getting dressed.
Thank you. Do I need the ear? I'm good without the ear pro for now?
Yep.
Okay, great. Christian's a smart cookie, isn't he?
Well, they all are.
Man, I wanted to... Everything got itchy all of a sudden.
Well, you got a couple more seconds. You can scratch yourself.
Can I scratch?
Yeah. You're not in the C-zone yet.
Oh, great.
Scratch away.
Everything got itchy. So how do I look? And then hood over the top of this?
Yeah, hood over the top. You look pretty good. Got my dad. Got my TLD. We're good.
My TLD? Okay, cool.
All set to go.
Log on.
Validate. You ready to go?
Yep.
Validate y'all RWP 25200092. Your dose alarm is
250. Dose alarm is 60. Dose rate alarm is 250.
dose rate alarm is 250 milligrams per hour. So you are good to go.
Thank you. So I need to take it out? No. So this right here gets the test. So what you do is okay. Green light, go through. Roger that. Like that. Yes, sir. Okay.
You ready?
I'm ready. Green light. I'm gonna hand this to you, Bill. Okay. Thank you. Actually, I'll give that to you.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right. You are in officially a C-zone.
We're in the C zone, contaminated zone.
That's right.
So this is the top of the reactor?
Here, hold handrail.
Okay, hold the handrail, yes,
This
sir.
is actually the drywall right here. This is the drywall cover. This right here is our FME buffer zone, right? These are our FME guys that are going to help us out to make sure that we can get on inside that FME buffer zone.
We don't do it today.
How well are you?
You remember me saying that foreign material exclusive people wanted to make sure I didn't drop anything into the reactor? Well, to do that, it required a lot of straps attached to a lot of gear attached to me, and we even had to wrangle another guy to come over and help us make it happen.
What's your name, sir?
Bill. Bill's been with us for a long time.
Has he? Now, my signing was paid from Nolan College. All the rules and requirements are those from his own, correct? Yes, sir. You want to go these through, no earplugs on, you have someone on the glasses? Yes, sir. All right. Now, y'all go in there, y'all understand everything that is going on in the bridge and work with me. Yes, sir. Yes. And these are the remaining risks at all times. Yes, sir. All right. Y'all understand everything we're doing to mitigate that new risk? Yes, sir. I took the training this morning. All right. Yes, sir. Brian, right? Yes, sir. Thank you, Brian. I will go there. Let's get Brian. Okay. Thank you, bro. Well, Brian. I was going to have another Okay, Philip, you're gonna be with us. I don't know this, and I'll hand it to you. I'm just. It's recording now. Just letting you know. So feel free to just point at places. If you find something interesting, feel free to point it or don't. Ron, before y'all on, I need to look at Ron and Pete, make sure there's nothing stuff there. Yes, sir. Tell me when you'd like to do that. Right before you walk in, start moving. Okay, so we're not in the zone yet. We are in the C zone. We are not in that core material thing. 2 different levels. That's right. Yeah. Okay. He's going to go over there and put it in the cleaner. Once he puts it in the cleaner, we'll have it start the second. Philip, what's your role here? I'm going to stick with the Boilermaker. Okay, I'm just sort of technician. He just talks like it's no big deal. This man disassembles the reactor.
So he knows what he's doing.
He knows exactly what he's doing.
Okay. So he's humble too.
He's very.
All right, Brian.
Good. Good. You want to show the side? Philip's enjoying this. So that's the reactor right there.
That's the reactor. We got waves on my infrared? Go ahead, Justin. You go further.
Yes, sir.
You got the team? Thanks.
Hello. Doing well. How are you?
Thank you.
Where would you like me?
Staying over here away from everybody.
Yes, sir.
So you're in a really unique spot. I've never seen anybody, never taken anybody up here for this particular instance before. I've never seen this happen.
This is a big deal.
It's a huge deal. So right now you're over the spent fuel pool. You can see we have coordinates. If you really look carefully, you'll see on the wall a map of where we're putting the spent fuel pool racks.
Over there.
Yep. Just try to be careful not to lean over the rail.
Can I swap with you, Philip? So we just do it. How do you want to do this?
Stand for me, and I'm ready this, and I'm going to stay with you. Okay? You just keep up around your wrist, I'll keep this, and then I'll stay with you.
Yes, sir. I'm going to look at. We're pulling one out now?
No, they're washing one.
Now, hey, listen, that bridge will jar a little bit when it moves.
You're telling me it's going to move. Don't freak out.
Yeah.
When it does move, hold on to everything, because I don't want you to think.
Tell me when it's going to happen, please.
I can't promise I'll know that.
Okay.
When that fuel bundle comes up out of that, when that's sticking down in there, when it comes up out of there, this will move here in a second.
He's moving the bundle.
When it comes up out of the hose, see it coming up?
Oh my goodness, I can see the shrink off.
Yeah. It'll come up to a safe height, and then they'll make it hit it in the fuel rack.
It's free right now. I can see it's out of the hole. Philip, was that a new rod or what was that? That's an old rod. How do you know?
We can only
you can tell how it's burnt. See the glow around it?
Yes, sir.
See the top, some shiny over there? They're shiny like that over there.
Oh, okay. So those over there are shiny, meaning those are brand new. These are all old. One of this is empty, right?
Yeah, we're going to bring it out before we place it there.
So that blue glow I'm seeing is a shrink off radiator.
I've never been more aware of that.
I'm not dropping it. Okay, what's he doing now, Philip?
He's fixing to place it in the fuel rack.
He's putting it in the fuel rack.
Yep. See it going down in there?
Yeah.
Most people think the radiation's green, but it's, as you can see, it's not.
It's blue.
Yeah.
Philip said most people think the radiation's green, but it's blue.
And all the surface green, the big rest green, it ain't really good.
Philip, what's your story, man? I'm all up with you, man. You got an Alabama accent.
Yes, I do.
Where you from? Been here all your life?
Yeah.
Okay, what just happened, Philip? They released it?
He released it, now it's coming up.
Is that a camera on the end of it? It is. We got two cameras. Are we going to the reactor now? Yes, we are. Can you turn around this way, Phil, and just face that way? Yeah, let me right here. Let me talk to you. Yeah. Swap cameras with me. Swap the cameras with me. I can't tell what's important. I apologize. That's okay. So right now we're centering up to go through the cattle chute in order to get to the port. Yeah. Holy cow. We're now officially over. The reactor vessel will be in operation. Oh my goodness. So that's a nuclear reactor. They're just sitting there. Those guys are doing their inspection on the camera. That's what they're working on. They're trying to get a camera down and inspect the wells. They're doing all that. So they're working, we call them IVDI. They're doing inspections of the wells and all that stuff. That's good. Sit down, Alex. Sorry, Alex. Now they're going over 4 locations. They're going over 4 locations to pick up a bundle. I'm gonna stay right here unless somebody tells me to move. How far down is that? I'd say probably.
So earlier, Sarah had talked about the importance of communication on the bridge. And I had been in environments like aircraft before where they do this call and response or the positive communication, but I didn't expect it the way it was happening on the bridge because there were so many people spread out and they all had different tasks and they were all being very clear about what they were doing. So it's like there was this tone on the bridge that was different. I could feel that I was in the way, but I was off to the side, so they were like letting me be there with Philip and Bill, but at the same time, you could just feel the professionalism of the people around you. And of course, I want it to be that way because we're literally moving nuclear fuel rods in a reactor, which is awesome. Okay, this is footage from inside the pressure vessel. The reactor core is just down below us. This is what the team is actually doing. These are video cameras that are in the water. The hoist is connected to the whole bridge with the knee and X line. Now, at the end of the hoist, there's a couple of cameras and a grapple. The first camera is offset just a bit, mounted behind the grapple with a bit of a wide view. It offers context for the operators. They know exactly where they are. The second camera is right on the end of the grapple, so the operator gets a close-up view of exactly the thing they're picking up, and they also get feedback on how the grapple is gripping the item. But let's watch them actually grab a fuel rod. Using a computer-controlled detection system, the mast is automatically moved in the position that they specify with some kind of coordinates that they typed in. They then fly in, and they use a coaxial camera to verify that they are where they want to be. They then approach carefully and look closely at the fuel rod. They will verify the serial number on the top of the fuel bundle. And then once they're satisfied with that, and everything's correct, they can lock onto the handle with a grapple. After they verify they have a solid grip on the fuel bundle, they can then extract it. They can then do any number of things with the bundle. They can use other cameras to inspect it. They can move it. They can rotate it. They can even put it in ultrasonic cleaning. For every 4 fuel bundles that are in the reactor core, there's a control rod in the shape of a plus or a cross. It's called a cruciform control rod, and it's inserted from the bottom of the reactor. That's what stops the reaction. Because these control rods are so long, if they ever remove more than 2 bundles, that control rod could wobble. So to control this wobble, they have these things called blade guides. Anytime there's 2 or more bundles removed from a certain grid, they insert these blade guides to hold the control rod in position. If you look down here the core, you can see these bright, shiny spots. Now, I thought those were new fuel rods, but they're actually blade guides. You'll notice that they're always in set. Insert the blade guides, kind of like wiggling a pair of pants and trying to get the 2 legs to line up with 2 holes. It's pretty hard to say. Now, while all this fuel rod movement is happening, there's this other team that Bill told us about, the IVVI team, which stands for In-Vessel Visual Inspection Team. They're using a bunch of cameras on jib arms. You can see one of those cameras here. See, it's got a long arm and articulated. They use these cameras to closely inspect the mechanical integrity of the reactor vessel and any of its components. Watching them do this is so awesome, and it made me really respect the process that's going on here. Everything that's done has a crazy attention to detail about it, and it's clear that these nuclear industry workers really care about doing everything exactly right. And now that we understand what we're looking at and know what we're doing, let's just watch the team in action. They're about to take a rod from the reactor core, and they're going to put it over in the spent fuel pool. I want to scratch my nose so bad. I'll do it. I will not.
Philip, what's he doing, man?
Yeah, I think we got one in there. Yeah, he's coming up.
Is that a light in the pool?
Yeah, we have a 70 rod.
And he changed the orientation?
He did. He just rotated it back.
Does orientation matter?
He just said, yes, orientation matters.
Why does it matter?
Because when you put 4 in there, you gotta have no orientation right.
My name is Scott Pearson. This is my wife, my son. I want to play. I think it's a good culture.
I can see the train car. So, Philip, that's called the cattle gate we're going through?
Yes,
cattle chute. Yep. Wow. Is that a hot rod?
It is very hot.
That's a very hot rod.
Yes. Stuck them out of the water, wouldn't go longer 2 years. I hope it's up there.
Really? So the water's protecting us from the neutrons right now.
At least 6.5 feet or below. What they're doing now is verifying the location where they're putting it. They read the serial, the rack number. And said they put it in Gulf. Big Gulf.
Yep.
Gulf 11 is where they're putting it in.
Oh, I see. I see the letters. Yeah, I'm going to watch them drop it, and then I'm going to look at the letters.
Numbers over here, letters over here. They keep up with the location as we put them. And when we do a fuel boost, dry cast, we put them in and know which ones to get.
So that was Gulf 11?
Yep.
So we were in.
So we were in golf. 11. 13, 12, 11. Yep. So now he's releasing. Yep. Now go from up to safe location and get back through the parachute. So we're in the refuel pool, and we're going to the reactor, right? We're going through the cattle chute now.
For most of my life, I haven't understood nuclear power, but it was here, standing safely over the top of an open nuclear reactor with fuel in it, that I started to realize something. One of the main reasons people fear this technology is they don't understand it. But everything was starting to make sense to me. And with that, I was starting to run out of things to be afraid of.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Allison. Don't want to hit that button. What is it, the e-stop? The e-stop. That's awesome.
There's a few more important things I want to show you, the first of which is in the equipment storage pool.
So what is this over here to the right?
That's your steam dryer.
And what is this?
That's your moisture separator.
Now, how does a moisture separator work?
Well, so it's essentially as the steam boils, it's got symmetrical tortuous path of the steam, right? So only the heated steam is going to make it out of the steam separator, and the remaining, I guess because condensation is what I call it, the water, moisture content in the water will drop back down.
So it's almost like a still, but just for steam.
That's right.
But it uses some of the energetic properties of steam to separate it.
Yeah, all of this is going to take up the metal and
oh, really? I see. Wow. Why is it in the pool?
Well, because it's still off alpha for the reactor.
Oh, that's right.
We boil inside the reactor, and then we use that to make our steam high quality, and then you get super dry.
So is it, okay, I'm starting to understand. I've not considered this part of it. So you make hot water in there, it boils, and it goes up.
Yep.
When it goes up, it goes into that.
That's right.
And then is that like a heat exchanger, like it bumps? I'm noticing pipes.
No, all they are is like cylindrical pipes. There's no
ceiling.
No,
it's just to make it go in a direction.
That's correct.
Okay.
It's a tortuous path for the steam to go through in order to allow the moisture content to drop.
I see. Okay, so then that hot water gets circulated out, and then that goes to the turbine.
right? Excuse me. Yes.
Oh, knows what I said.
I just say, when I wish you would try to see what's happening.
Auto shrinks and flexes was that's really interesting.
Yeah, okay, because the top is steam.
Right. You want as low moisture content as possible, right? Going to the term.
It's going to be
Dry filtration.
big dry filtration on enough to just feed dry. Really.
It's now time to exit the contamination zone and make our way over to the turbine until the super cycle valve. But first, we had to have all our equipment examined to make sure that no pieces had fallen off while we were on the bridge. While they were doing that, we took off our radiation protection plate, and after that, we had to sign out of that RWP to the bridge and back onto the one that we had been on when we left the plant. We then had to do some radiation protection to make sure we were clean, and they'll put us down over the secret turbine. So much done. So on our way over to the turbine, we had to go back through the room that had a lot of control lines in it. We walked past that drain that we walked into the room. We walked back door, we had to make sure we didn't step on the drain. And then we went through that left door, and we ended up.
Where are we, Bill? We're on the turbine deck right now. The turbine deck. The turbine is right. Typically, this turbine deck is what's going on there, right? You've noticed in the unit. This is our main turbine. This is the turbine? That's correct. These days, turbine. And it's not running right now. It is not running. That's correct. So the thing we're doing is pretty cool. Happy stuff. You got your high pressure turbine, your low pressure turbine. So this is the high pressure turbine in my hand. That's right. What's the drag gas? Flag. For what? To keep it forward. You can see somebody coming to the east like this. Yeah. What do you call it? Flag. Flag. Cool. Following you, man. Right. So this is the high pressure side. This is the low pressure It's kind of confusing me. So, that's the dial indicator. Philip, have you ever worked in the turbine area? I have. Have you ever worked on that? Let me see what you're looking at. Okay. Yeah. I have not. I have not. That's great. Yeah, I suspect they're checking bearing around this. Checking for.
here's what nobody's telling you about the new Bears It's 840 GSM on Bears Fleece, which is super warm. We want you to wear things about you like a beast. GSM military grade bearskin hoodie to get comfortable in the wild. It's the ultimate 10-pocket tactical hoodie that blocks wind, repels rain, and regulates heat for you.
This is two different sections. You turn the shaft, so they got the dialing. They got the protection on one and measure the other. So look to see that those two shafts are lined up. Get one relative to the other. Right. So this is the exact junction of this generator. Yes. Got it. Is there a clutch or anything there, or is it direct multi-connection? It's direct coupling. Really? And so when it spins up, when you guys bring up a unit, will you get any wobble or vibration? There'll be some, but it's minimal. We have contracted out where there is a balance in this thing. It's amazing how close they balance. Really, it's keep very close eye on vibration starts. Typically around 7 mils per month. Really? There's 12 meters and it's one, single one of them. Yeah, long as they are. 7 mils is about what we do. That's amazing. Something in college. Yeah. What is it they see? Where do you buy a equipment like this? This is the turbine. Oh, General Education on the turbine? They made it. You guys bought it. Yes. Right.
So we say turbine. If I live in the UK, we say turbine. Comes to almost all power plants make steam. Steam is compressed and it's expanding if you allow it to, right? And we can use that. So I've got these little models here. These are little cheap little turbine blade things that I bought. And I've got one right here that's got a single turbine blade, right? And I've got this little valve set up right here to an air compressor. And if I turn this little valve right here, I can actually allow this thing to turn. Now this is a little different. This isn't expanded steam. This is just air running through it. So watch this. So I can create gas that's moving into the that turns a shaft, right? Now it's just compressed air. It's not expanded steam. But let's think about this for example. There's a lot of wasted air that's moving out of this thing, right? Well, what you can do for that is you can use multiple blades. So as the air comes in one side and flows to the next one, well, these multiple blades stacked up, you can get more energy out of that gas. So I've got another valve here, so I can turn this in. Okay, get the idea. Multiple blades, and I can get more energy out of this thing. So again, this is compressed gas, this is steam, but it's interesting. Now, let's look back at those images from these turbine blades that we saw earlier. This is a turbine blade from when Brownsbury was first being constructed. You notice it's got like this bow tie looking shape to it. And then this is a turbine blade from a recent upgrade of the Unit 2 steam turbine here at Brownsbury. Notice it looks like it's got little things in the middle and then big things out the side, right? In the middle, we have high pressure, and as it expands, it's like going to a lower pressure, meaning a larger surface area on those turbine blades, so you can on it and get the same amount of torque, right? So that's why it's growing. If you look back at the actual turbine blades, you can see that the center shaft is solid, and the reason for that is that's where the steam is inserted. It's inserted right here in the middle, and then it runs along the blade out each end of the turbine. And the reason it's a bow tie shape is actually fascinating. In my little model here, I've got a single turbine blade, right? You see that? So watch what happens when I apply the air. It's actually going to try to push it out. So watch this flywheel push to the side. You ready?
These are all the satchel
It's very subtle.
A wooden door is a metal door is 4 satchels. An armor door is 12 satchels. A wooden wall is only 3. A stone wall is 10. A metal wall is 23. And an armor wall is 46. All of the floors correlate with the walls based on
Welcome to Rust Rating Economics. My name is Rocco. The total costs are 6 ropes, 60 cloth, and 4,000. We left out the incendiary gate, the person before, which cost 2,000 units of stone wall and gate. You could destroy one with explosive 5.56 ammo, satchel charges, rockets, C4s, and AG grenades. An explosive 5.56 ammo does around 2 to 3 damage. A satchel charge does around 50 damage. A rocket does 137 damage. C4 does 275 damage. And the AG grenade does 25 damage. If you use a gun and explosive 5.56 ammo, you will need 182 bullets, which costs 910 metal fragments, 4,550 sulfur, and 5,460 charcoal. 10 satchel charges will do the job as well. The total costs are 10 ropes, 100 cloth, 800 metal fragments, 4,810 ropes, 100 cloth will do the job as well. 10 satchel charges will do the job as well. The total costs are 10 ropes, 100 cloth, 800 metal fragments, 4,800 sulfur, 7,200 charcoal. 4 rockets in total costs 8 metal pipes, 400 metal fragments, 120 low-grade fuel, 5,600 sulfur, and 7,800 charcoal. If you choose C4s, you will need 2 pieces. The total costs are 4 tack trash, 10 cloth, 400 metal fragments, 120 low-grade fuel, 4,400 sulfur, and 6,000 charcoal. Let's take a look at the combinations. I'm gonna only list the sulfur costs, but in the end table I will give you every detailed cost as well. You could use 3 rockets and 32 explosive 5.56 ammo, which costs 5,000 sulfur. 1 C4 and 2 rockets, which costs 5,000 sulfur. 1 C4, 1 rocket, and 32 explosive 5.56 ammo, which costs 4,400 sulfur. 1 C4 and 9 AG grenades, which costs 2,200 sulfur. To sum up, here's a table of all the shown methods and total costs calculated. I know how to rate any compound and place inside. In the next Kind of push out of the journal bearings here, so they mirror it, and that axial thrust is canceled out by the axial thrust in the other direction. So they flip the turbine blades on each side, which is fascinating. Now, Bill said there are 4 turbines in that building. 1, 2, 3, 4, and one seems to be smaller than the other. So let me show you how this works. So we have, in the reactor that we saw earlier, we have neutrons, right? Uranium-235, and these neutrons are in water in a very special way in the reactor core, but they're making steam, right? And they're making that steam at 1,000-something psi, but it's coming off of that at like 900-something psi after it goes through some valves and stuff. And so, 900. And what happens there is they take that steam and they put it in a high-pressure steam turbine, right? So take that steam, but it's coming off of that at like 900-something psi, 1,000-something psi, making steam, right? And they're making that steam at 1,000-something psi, but it's coming off of that at like 900-something psi after it goes through some valves and stuff. And so, 900. And what happens there is they take that steam and they put it in a high-pressure steam turbine, right? So it goes into that bow tie thing, kind of like we were talking about earlier, but this is the high-pressure steam turbine. Now, as it goes through that, it goes through the middle and it expands out. After that, you've got this other steam that's coming out of this thing. It's like 250 psi, but it still wants to expand. So what they do is they take more steam turbines and they put them in the same room. Now, these are low-pressure steam turbines, okay? So they take this 250 psi steam, and then they put it on all the different low-pressure steam turbines like this. So you can take that, and you can run them in parallel paths. So you've got this thing built now where you've got
uranium making steam, and you're pumping 900 psi steam into the high pressure turbine, and then out comes this 250 psi steam, and there's other things going on like separators and condensers that we're not going to talk about right now. But these lower pressure steam turbines, they're bigger. And the reason they have to be bigger is because they're at a lower pressure. And if you're going to act on a lower pressure on a larger surface area, you can end up getting the same force because pressure is equal to force by area. You get it. You're smart. You know what's going on here. So if we have all of these turbines on the same shaft, and then we put a generator right there at the end, voila, we have a nuclear power plant. We've gone from hot rocks making steam, and that steam can go to making torque, and then we're putting all these different turbines on the same shaft. It's really cool, by the way, how they balance the torque along this. I think that's fascinating. Maybe we'll talk about that later. All that goes to a generator here, and you get electrons out the other side. So nuclear power to electrons. It's fascinating. So turbine, high pressure turbines, low pressure turbines, generator.
So high pressure side, low pressure generator. Is that right, Bill?
That's right.
Okay. So, dumb question. Why is the high pressure upstream? So does the steam run down as it goes?
It's lower quality steam on the low pressure side.
But it doesn't run along the turbine. It runs in and out.
These are actually steam valves, CIVs down here, so it'll actually run in and out and under the generator.
Got it.
Or under the turbine, excuse me.
The last thing Bill's going to show us is the generator that's hooked up to the end of one of those long turbine shafts, which is amazing. But before he does that, I want to tell you something. There's going to be a long cut on the second channel when I get through the security review process and all that. But there's like hours of footage, like 3.5, 4 hours of footage that I'm going to put over on the second channel. Go check that out. Smarter Every Day 2. It's amazing. There's a lot of stuff not included in this video that'll be on the second channel. Please go check that out. Okay, let's go see the generator.
This is an operating generator. So the generator's really from here to the wall there.
It's hard to hear you.
That's fine. The generator's from here to the wall, and this is what's generating that 1,350 megawatts electric that you saw in Quinn's office earlier.
So that meter in Quinn's office coming right onto that.
That's right.
That's cool. It's quieter than I thought.
That's not too bad. It's a little loud.
So what did we see in the other room? You said we couldn't go in that room normally.
So that's the turbine. The spins the rotor. It's got a common rotor.
The turbine's that way.
That's right. So three things make electricity, right?
Yeah.
Rotating element, magnetic field, circuitary conductor, right? If you've got voltage inside the generator, you've got a magnetic field on the rotor that's spinning, cutting the lines of current down the generator, down to the isolate classes out to the grid.
So this thing right here is what makes 60 hertz power.
Yes, it is, absolutely.
So, like, how do you synchronize this to the grid?
That's an excellent question. So, typically what will end up happening is this is running at a certain speed, right? And I always like the phrase nuclear power equals 120 times the fun. Right? That's an equation for us. NP equals 120F. The number the speed of the machine times the number of the pole is equal to 120 times the frequency, right? So what we're able to do, what that really means, is frequency is directly related to the speed of the machine. So I can control the speed of the machine before we're synchronized to the grid to make it come up a little higher. You think about your ice cream goes to 350 right? Yeah. We can make it come up a little bit faster, and then we'll synchronize the grid. So we have this thing called synchronoscope, and it'll spin around, and when it's at 12 o'clock, it means the base from the grid and the base from the generator are synchronized, and we'll close it. That happens right here. Well, the breaker's down below us. They do it up in the control room. That's what's outputting the energy into the grid.
As we headed to the exit, I was struck by how much Bill knows and how complicated this plant is, and I asked him about that.
There's a lot of things to know here. There are. Is it intimidating for you?
When I first got into this, I was very intimidating. I had to study really hard. But the more and more you work here, the more and more you understand what's important. You know, everybody has their little things they understand too, right? That's about working as a team. Somebody knows somebody else in the process. Even when you think you know everything, I promise you don't. Yeah. Nobody just knows everything.
The last thing we had to do was exit the radiologically controlled area, which meant we had to make sure we didn't have any radiation contamination on us, which I thought was going to be pretty easy. So we took apart the camera gear and handed it over to be checked, and we failed.
Oh, come on, be clean. Under 500.
Is that a lot?
No, it's too high. And let's put your other one in.
Okay. This one in?
Hopefully we'll get at least one camera out.
So we went back and we cleaned everything, gave it a really good wiping down, have it rechecked, and we failed again.
Yeah. Possibly radon. Possible radon gas.
This was most likely that radon that's emitted naturally, and the fact that the testing machines are so sensitive, they're picking it up.
George and I are slowly trying to get the cameras out. Follow camera. Yeah, cook it. Almost.
We ended up disassembling the cameras because things could make it out if they were smaller physically for some reason. So once we disassembled everything and made sure everything was cleared to go, we passed.
Yeah, we made it.
Now that we had officially left the RCA, logged out of our RWPs, and turned in our dosimeters, we started to make our way out of the secure area.
Big thank you to Bill, Angela keeping us safe, Philip, thank you Clarissa, thank you George. I can't point at George because there's stuff that way.
Thank you for visiting us.
Thank you very much. Bill's got to get home.
All right, real quick. I just want to show you something that I was thinking about when I went to shoot the outro here. Look at this. This is something I keep on the wall here at Smarter Every Day. It's some little posters that my daughter made years ago. And I was just sitting here looking at that and thinking, man, like we went from just making videos like that to being able to go into a nuclear power plant. And I think the reason that happens is over a long period of time, developing trust. And I just want to say thank you to TVA for trusting me with this story. Also, thank you to Idaho National Lab, because as a part of the Nuclear Power Deep Dive series, we're going to get to learn all kinds of stuff. And so I was looking at this little poster. I was like, I'm just a dude in Alabama. And over years, people have started trusting what we do here on Smarter Every Day. And I want to say thank you to you as the viewer, because you watching these videos and taking me seriously, I don't know why you do that, but you take me seriously. I'm grateful, because that elevates, I guess it elevates my reputation, so that when I call somebody, they're like, yes, we will let you do this. And it's a really big deal. So I'm grateful for the trust that you've placed in me. I'm grateful for the trust of TVA, organizations like this. It's a big deal, and we get to learn some amazing things. Nuclear power is a thing I've always wanted to learn about, and we've just been given that opportunity in an amazing way. And we're going to continue to do that. We're going to learn about how they arrange the fuel. We're going to learn about how they operate the plant. We're going to learn so much more, and we're also going to learn at Idaho National Lab about the future of nuclear power. It's an amazing thing. I feel so blessed to have this opportunity. I'm excited about it. Another thing I just want to say is thank you to everybody that supports Smarter Every Day on Patreon. You never have to support on Patreon if you don't want to, but just know it decouples me from the algorithm and lets me make the content I want to make. The goal is intelligent, respectful, humble content. So let me show you the thing we do. Every year, I send out stickers to the patrons of Smarter Every Day, like physically mail them to you. The first year we were the Supersonic Baseball team. We've been the Exploration team. Last year we were the Discovery team. That was a year where the Cicadas came out, and also we shot a rocket that year. One of the cool stickers we had one year, this is probably my favorite so far, this was the James Webb Space Telescope Space Team. So I usually send a big sticker and a small sticker to everybody that supports on Patreon. Make sure your address is in there. And it's a really cool thing because I get to order stickers in bulk and mail them out. And that's a really big deal for Smarter Every Day because, yes, we're supported by sponsors here at Smarter Every Day, but also the patrons make it happen because I know I've been able to say no to sponsorships. I'm going to do videos this way at this pace because I think this is what a good video would be like, and I don't want it to be sensational. I don't want to chase the algorithm. So thank you to everybody that supports on Patreon. You allow that to happen, and I'm grateful. Forgive me for saying so many words here. I'm just trying to express my gratitude. If you're interested in learning more about nuclear power, we are continuing the Smarter Everyday Deep Dive series in nuclear power here, and I'm so very excited. So feel free to subscribe if you're into that sort of thing. If not, no big deal. Smarter Every Day is always free and available for you, and I'm grateful that you've chosen to spend this time, perhaps on your couch with your family, on your phone at lunch break, whatever you're doing right now. Just know that I'm grateful that you were learning about nuclear power with me because this is something I'm very... Oh, the power just went out. Oh, man, I need to go call my house. The lights just went out. I'm assuming this is a power distribution problem, not the nuclear plant. Okay, power's back on. Looks like it was a broken cross-arm on a power pole, so distribution is hard too. Power's amazing. The fact that we have lights in our house, awesome. That's it. I'm Dustin. Get smarter every day. Have a good one. Bye. Okay, power's back on. Looks like it was a broken... The power just went... Learning about nuclear power with me because this is something I'm very... Oh, the power... That you were learning about nuclear power with me because this is something I'm very... Oh, the power just went out. Oh, man, I need to go call my house. The lights just went out. I'm assuming this is a power distribution problem, not the nuclear plant. Okay, power's back on. Looks like it was a broken cross-arm on a power pole, so distribution is hard too. Power's amazing. The fact that we have lights in our house, awesome. That's it. I'm Dustin. You get smarter every day. Have a good one. Bye.
So China hit a $42 million U.S. tanker and lost an entire island in 30 minutes. Really? Okay.
China attacks U.S. oil tanker and pays a heavy price. September 23, 2025, in the contested waters of the South China Sea, a Chinese Type 052D destroyer unleashed 12 YJ-12 supersonic anti-ship missiles, each moving at nearly Mach 3, aimed straight at the U.S. oil tanker Liberty Sentinel.
Why would you do that, China?
27 American crew members and 550,000 barrels of crude oil worth $42 billion. A floating fortune bound for the U.S. base at Puerto Princesa, Palawan.
Okay.
By its side, the USS Barry DDG-52, a $2 billion guided missile destroyer with 370 sailors and Marines.
Like, did they know that was there?
Stood as the lone shield. The Aegis system roared to life, intercepting 10 of the 12 missiles.
Okay.
But 2 broke through. In seconds, steel ruptured, fire engulfed the decks, and the sea turned black with burning oil. China celebrated. But America would answer. Within the hour, 2 EA-18G Growler aircraft, 2 B-2 Spirit stealth bombers, and 10 Tomahawk cruise missiles were already inbound.
Not that way?
What would fall on Woody Island? And what price would Beijing pay for this reckless strike?
I mean, hopefully an absolutely massive price.
Let's find out. September 23rd, 2025. 8 a.m., the South China Sea looked deceptively calm. But beneath that quiet surface, an American convoy was carrying a fortune. The U.S. oil tanker Liberty Sentinel, a steel giant with 27 crew members aboard, was pushing westward, its belly loaded with over 550,000 barrels of crude oil, valued at more than $42 billion on global markets. The destination, the U.S. forward base at Puerto Princesa in Palawan, just 310 nautical miles away. It wasn't alone. Shadowing its every move was the guided missile destroyer USS Barry D. DG-52, packed with 370 sailors and Marines. Together, they formed a moving fortress, fully aware that their path cut straight through Beijing's self-declared wall of control. At 8:40, tensions rose.
Well, that's why
U.S. sensors detected the faint electronic signature of a Chinese Type 052D destroyer, its hull facing down toward the horizon. Its 64 missile launchers and advanced radar locked on like the eyes of a predator. No warning, no radio squeal, just the silent shadow of steel. Analysts in Washington had warned of this moment. Beijing considered any American supply line in the South China Sea a legitimate target. By 9:15, the atmosphere on the Berry was electric. Combat information centers glowed red as state of emergency was declared.
Right, they were getting closer.
Crew strapped into position, damage control teams sealed bulkheads, and gunners stood ready at failing C-1WS launchers capable of firing 4,500 rounds per minute. Everyone understood. An attack on the tanker would not only result in human casualties, but would also undermine U.S. credibility and cause hundreds of millions of dollars in damage in a single morning. At 9:45 a.m., the Chinese Type 052D destroyer suddenly launched 12 YJ-12 supersonic anti-ship missiles roaring into the sky, each capable of tearing through the air at speeds of nearly Mach 3 and carrying a 450 kilogram warhead at just one target.
A man dealing with daily foot pain and neuropathy symptoms started using the EMSense wearable therapy device. Here's what changed in just...
Oil tanker.
Or no?
In just one salvo, Beijing spent more than $180 million on precision firepower to destroy an American tanker. Aboard the USS Barry, an alarm precision firepower to destroy an American tanker. Aboard the USS Barry, an alarm blared. The Aegis combat system activated, locking onto the incoming missiles. Sailors scrambled to fire the ship's vertical launch system, salvo of standard missiles into the air, silver streaks of light hurtling toward their prey. Within seconds, the interceptor collided head-on with the incoming YJ-12S. The explosions were deafening, and thunder rumbled across the sea like war drums. The results were spectacular. 10 missiles were destroyed mid-flight, each worth more than an American house. But the system was suddenly overwhelmed. The last 2 missiles got through. They struck the Liberty Sentinel with brutal precision. One hit the starboard hull, tearing through the steel like paper. The second hit the fuel tank, igniting hundreds of thousands of gallons of crude oil in a fireball that shot 400 feet into the sky.
Yeah, guys, we need to tariff them more. After all of this here, guys, right? I haven't even heard of this. Right? So and my knowledge of geopolitics is pretty solid. I've never heard of this here. So again, let's go ahead and tariff them at 1,000%.
The impact was catastrophic. 3 American sailors died instantly. 12 others were severely burned and injured by the explosion. Some were thrown overboard, helpless in the sea of fire and smoke. On the bridge of the Barry, officers gave the order: lower lifeboats, hoses down the deck. Medics rushed to pull survivors from the planks.
What you said? I don't know. Get the fuck away from me. Oh man, spirit. Oh, fucking. They're trying to focus. China's had to strike a
Congratulations for being back to the capital.
Did you say that you guys think it's stabbing everything?
That American steel could bleed. But Chinese officers congratulated themselves. The USS Barry, fire crews extinguished the blaze, and Marines carried their wounded comrades to safety. The cost was real: $42 billion in lost cargo, 15 casualties, and 1 ship. But the U.S. Navy was not broken. It was getting numb. And the silence after the explosion was more deafening than the blast itself. In Washington, the streets were lit in red. This was no longer a defensive escort mission. It had become an act of war, and America's response would be immeasurable. It would be devastating. Just a contested waterway. It was a battlefield. The U.S. had lost $42 million in crude oil, and 12 more gravely wounded. Washington's patience evaporated in minutes. The attack on Liberty Sentinel was not a skirmish. It was an assault on America's credibility. Inside the Combat Information Center of USS Barry, a criminal tracked line. PACOM relayed a simple directive: retaliate. Immediately, and in 7 minutes. Two EA-18G grounders, each fitted with $90 million next-generation jamming pods, scrambled into the sky. Their mission: blind Chinese sensors that drown every radar pulse and static, and sow chaos across command channels. And then simultaneously, 2 B-2 Spirit stealth bombers, each valued at a staggering $200 million, were vectored beyond the payload. Precision weekend bomb.
You guys would generally need to. Where are they?
It's designed to shred hard radar bombers. Silence HQ-9 launch batteries before they could breathe fire. On Barry's deck, sailors 10 Tomahawk cruise vessels, each carrying 1,000-pound explosive warhead. Programmed to envelop Woody Island's 2,700-meter runway and its military port. Barry staging ground for China's J-11 and J-16 squadrons. The cost of the strike exceeded $100 million, but the objective. priceless. Store deterrence. By 10:40 a.m., their aces were in motion. Rounds streaked toward their targets. B-2s flew south in the upper stratosphere, and Barry's launch tubes locked high. The men and women aboard knew what was at stake. This was no longer in the South China Sea. And when they moved to Canada, it would fall upon their side. The American counterstrike you're about to witness will change everything you thought you knew about this battle. Okay? At 10:42 a.m., the American counterstrike began. From 36,000 feet, two B-2 Spirit stealth bombers slid silently across the stratosphere. Below, Woody Island, Beijing's crown jewel in the South China Sea, was bristling with radar domes, missile batteries, and nearly 2,000 PLA Navy personnel stationed across bunkers, hangars, and hardened shelters. To China, this island was a fortress. To the U.S., it had become target number one. The Growlers arrived first. Their $90 million jamming pods unleashed an invisible storm, scrambling frequencies across a 400-mile radius. On Chinese radar screens, the sea became a blur of ghosts and static. Commanders shouted into dead radios, their HQ-9 air defense operators suddenly blind to the skies.
They were like, oh no, America's coming.
Confusion spread like wildfire, exactly as Washington had intended. Then came the hammer. At 10:47, the B-2s released their payload. 8 precision-guided GBU-57 bunker buster bombs, each weighing over 30,000 pounds.
Oh, yeah, you're
not non-nuclear weapons in the U.S. arsenal.
It's one of those things.
Within seconds, the
Use
first
it Iran.
impacts tore through Woody Island's radar array, collapsing reinforced bunkers as if they were sandcastles. Shockwaves ripped across the base, shattering concrete and silencing the island's command center in less than 2 minutes. Almost simultaneously, USS Barry's deck erupted. 10 Tomahawk cruise missiles launched in sequence, streaking low across the waves at 550 miles per hour. The first 4 slammed into the 2,700-meter line. charred in craters more than 50 feet wide, rendering the swim useless. The island's HQ-9 batteries managed to intercept 2 Tomahawks, but the defense was futile. The remaining 4 missiles targeted the naval port and fuel depots. Explosions lit the sky as 1.2 million gallons of aviation fuel ignited, creating a fireball visible from 70 miles away. By 11:05 a.m., the airfield was in ruins, over 22 J-11 and J-16 fighters destroyed on the ground, their twisted frames burning in a chain of secondary detonations. The port was left in chaos, 2 corvettes gutted, piers collapsing into the sea, and ammunition depots detonating with the force of 200 tons of TNT. Ships. Casualties were staggering. Initial estimates put 150 Chinese personnel dead, and more than 325 wounded or missing, many trapped beneath collapsed hangars. It was the single deadliest strike against a PLA outpost since the Korean War. As flames filled through the island, the message was undeniable. The Chinese representatives were less than half. For every missile they had fired at Liberty Sentinel, the U.S. had returned a strong state. Beijing's silence was deafening. The battle of September 23rd was no longer about attainment. It was about global power, and China had just been dealt a blow. By 12 p.m., flames from the island still clawed in the sky. One of China's most fortified outposts on the South China Sea is now empty. Its night episodes. The numbers told a chilling story. In less than 1 month, Beijing had lost $3.8 billion in craft and naval hardware, including 22 billion Chinese personnel dead, 325 million missing, a human cost that could not be hidden behind propaganda. Its 550,000 barrels of crude oil, worth $42 billion, belongs to the sea and sky. For the families of the 3 sailors killed and 12 scarred by fire, no retaliation could erase the grief. USS Mary's decks bore the scars of battle too, smoke blackened, its crew exhausted after saving comrades from the cold water and fighting flames that refused to die. Freedom, once again, had been paid for in blood, and strategically the outcome was unmistakable. China had slumbered over the aviation of the United States, hoping to convince the island dominance over the South China Sea. Instead, it suffered its first military disaster since 1949, and the main telephone to the entire world. Beijing's pursuit of invincibility evaporated in 3 minutes of war. Washington, the message was as old as history. Deterrence lives on purpose, and action. Even under some attack, even with blood on the hands, the U.S. Navy would adapt, strike back, and crush an adversary's stronghold. Technology mattered, and so did discipline, training, and equipment to finish the fight. By sunset, analysts were already calling September 23rd the new Pearl Harbor. China's Tomahawk was the big standard, while Beijing countered its deadly silence. Across Asia, allies to the North, particularly in Taiwan, leaders saw not just fire on land, but balance of not shift in east. The lesson is seared into history. Reckless aggression is the cost greater than any prize. Expectations that began with internationals effects on America. It was a painful but undeniable reminder. Freedom survives not by chance, but by strength. And as the sun set on September 23rd, 2025, the South China Sea was no longer calm. It was scarred by fire, oil slicks, and wreckage, evidence of a battle that started. They said, 150,000 barrels of crude, $2 billion lost forever. 3 Americans dead, 12 wounded, and a ship that never sailed again. Their sacrifice, their suffering, became the human face of this confrontation. As the horizon, the island was swallowed. Beijing was invaded as an unsinkable fortress, and therefore, over 180 Chinese sailors and soldiers
military, psychological, televised to the entire world as the shadow of the illusion of China's name and vulnerability. The deeper story is this. America was a child. It responds not with hesitation, not with compromise, but with decisive, overwhelming force. That is the message September 23rd. Deterrence is not political aggressiveness. It is steel in the water, discipline under fire, and the will to retaliate when struck. For our allies, this was reassurance. For our adversaries, it was warning marked into history. The United States does not start wars. But when war is forced upon it, America will finish war swiftly, quickly, and decisively.
Government's annual tax return. It's like, oh, right, yeah, it's good. It's good you're doing this. You guys can send me a lot of their content because you guys are seeing it on the but this delivery was absolutely spectacular, guys. I did not know that this happened. Guys, like you can't really grows up for the most part. Like understanding not to poke like bears and like the big guys out there and specifically go and target them, because what happens is that big guy has and again, I don't know why they specifically targeted that ship. Did it like cross the border? I want to know what happened specifically in the context of that. So if you guys do know, let me know in the comments and try to respond to as many of you guys as humanly possible, right? But either way, the bear. But either way, guys, you poked the bear. Like, I'm trying to understand, like, what did you think was going to happen? You thought America was just going to be like, you know what, it's okay. You can destroy one of our things, right? And specifically you, one of our adversaries, like one of our main adversaries. Like, what do you think was going to happen? You thought America was just going to be like, yeah, it's fine. Are you crazy? Guys, okay, where's the bear? Don't poke the bear. All right? Don't do that. That's bad for you. That's bad for everyone around you. All right, send me more. Specifically on topics that you obviously recognize that I may have missed specifically on the channel, people sending me things like that. You know what I mean, you guys? Well, I'm honest, if you guys are new here, please like and subscribe. In the meantime, catch you guys later. Yes. I never actually thought to like promote it over here, guys. And if you guys do want to watch it, guys, we have hundreds of movies, and I mean hundreds of movies that we've reacted to. You guys can watch with me if you want to, along with many TV shows. Currently, we're working on the show Dexter, along with Viking. And we have a lot of series that are already completed. But if you guys do want to watch with me, the link is in the description. Everything's available at the second tier. But of course, if that's not your thing, guys, don't worry. Right? Let's like and subscribe.
In nearly every major category for the past several decades, Texas has always been ranked as only being America's second largest state. When counting by amount of land, Texas has always remained second, sitting in Alaska's gigantic shadow ever since they were admitted as a state back in 1959. There's even a common joke in Alaska that Alaska could be divided in half, and then Texas would get to only be the third largest American state. Then, when counting by amount of people, Texas has also long sat in the shadow of California. The most recent U.S.-wide census in 2020 revealed that at that time, California had around 10 million more people than Texas. And correspondingly, when counting the states by the size of their economies, Texas has once again long sat in second place to California's larger first. But while the gap in size of land between Texas and Alaska can never be filled, the gap in size of people and economy between Texas and California has recently been narrowing rapidly. Because for the past 20 plus years, Texas has been growing much more quickly than California has been, and it's been a long time coming. For decades now, Texas has been steadily making its way climbing up the ranks of America's most populous states. Way back in 1960, Texas was only ranked 6th out of America's 50 states by population, behind Ohio, Illinois, Pennsylvania, California, and New York. You see, from the time of the third ever American census taken in 1810 to a century and a half later in 1960, New York constantly remained as America's longest-lasting, most populous, and most influential state. But the pace of American settlers moving to the west and the south to states like California, Texas, and Florida were rapidly picking up pace by the mid-20th century. By the time when the 1970 U.S. Census rolled around, a startling realization was made. For the first time since the 1810 census taken 160 years previously, another state had finally surpassed New York to become America's newest, most populous state, California. It was the very beginning of California's demographic dominance over all the other American states. And for the half a century ever since that, California has continually remained in the top position. By 1990, roughly 12% of all Americans were Californians, a portion that has remained more or less constant ever since. But California hasn't been the only state experiencing rapid growth over the past half a century. Texas, too, continued adding more and more people and was climbing through the ranks as well, steadily surpassing Ohio, Illinois, and Pennsylvania until finally came the 2000 census, which revealed that Texas had suddenly become the second state since 1810 to surpass the population of New York. That's 23 years ever since that. It has continually been California and Texas in the number 1 and 2 position for the most populous states. But Texas has been spending these past 23 years growing at a much faster rate than California's been. Back in 2000, when Texas was confirmed by the census as having America's second largest state population for the first time, the state was home to around 20.85 million people, while California had around 33.9 million. Around 13 million more than the Lone Star State. But over the next 20 years, California would only add around 5.6 million additional people to its population to hit its 2020 census-designated population of around 39.5 million. Conversely, Texas added in an additional 8.25 million people over those same 20 years in order to reach its 2020 census-designated population of around 29.1 million. That means that within the first 20 years of the 21st century, the gap in population between the two states had narrowed from 13 million to just 10.4 million. And then it began narrowing even faster after 2020. You see, year after year for California's entire history since being admitted as a state, it knew nothing other than growth and more people calling it home with every passing year. But beginning in 2020, after the COVID-19 pandemic struck the state along with the rest of the world, the previously unthinkable began to happen. For the first time ever, California began to actually lose people. In the 2-year time frame between April of 2020, right after the pandemic gripped the country, to July of 2022, the California state population declined by an estimated 500,000 people. This was due to a variety of factors, as around 700,000 previous California residents left the state over those 2 years, either by moving somewhere else or dying, while only around 200,000 new residents moved into the state to take their places.
It's time to ask the Lord our browser. Hey, Copilot, adjust all these recipes for 7 guests. I'm turning them into one cooking schedule. Also, I'm out of milk.
Here's a cooking schedule scaled for 7 guests, and also milk-free.
Hey there, business leaders. Ever feel like you're trying to solve an impossible equation? Keep your business growing with the same budget? Beat competitors who move faster and faster every year? Exceed customer expectations that reset higher every...
This exodus of people from California in the early 2020s was indicative of the fact that for the first time in its more than 170-year state history, California further lost an amount of its enormous political power by losing one of its seats in the population-based U.S. House of Representatives, getting downgraded from 53 representatives to only 52, further meaning one less Californian vote in the Electoral College for president. But the situation in Texas since the COVID-19 pandemic began could not be any more different. Over that same 2-year period between April of 2020 and July of 2022, the Texan state population increased by 884,000 people, more than the entire population of San Francisco proper. Relative to California's loss of around 500,000 people, the Texan state population narrowed its gap with California in only 2 years, in nearly the same amount it took an entire decade to accomplish beforehand. As of now, in 2023, California's population is estimated to be sitting at around 39 million people even, while Texas is projected to be sitting at around 31.2 million, a total difference now of fewer than 8 million people. And If current trends continue on as they have been, then Texas may end up even eclipsing California's population as America's newest most populous state by sometime in the 2040s. The growth in Texas's population has also resulted in an accompanying growth in the state's political power. Conversely to California, Texas gained not only one, but 2 additional seats in the population-based House of Representatives, from 36 up to 38. Roughly 15% of the number of electoral votes required now to win the American presidency. Perhaps most remarkably, the population explosion in Texas has been very well spread out across the state as well. It seems like pretty much everywhere in Texas has been booming recently. Dallas-Fort Worth, or DFW, a large urban metropolitan area in the north of Texas, has added nearly 1.5 million people to its population just since 2010. With around 7.8 million people now calling it home, DFW is the 4th largest metropolitan area in the entire United States, with more people than the entirety of Washington state. And perhaps even more remarkably, DFW is likely all set to surpass Greater Chicago as America's 3rd largest metropolitan area within only a decade from now, sometime in the mid-2030s, at which point it will only remain behind Los Angeles and New York City. But DFW is far from the only urban area of Texas that has been booming with people recently. Millions more have moved to the state's other major cities in Houston, San Antonio, and Austin, in an emerging, densely populated mega region that is being called the Texas Triangle. The Triangle only takes up less than a quarter of Texas's total land area and is roughly comparable in size to the state of Georgia. Yet, it already contains a population of more than 22 million people, or about 3 out of every 4 Texans. It contains America's 4th, 7th, 9th, 11th, and 13th largest cities, and is the 4th most heavily populated mega region in the United States, behind Southern California, the Northeast megalopolis, and the Great Lakes. But by sometime in the 2030s, the Texas Triangle's population is projected to equalize with Southern California's. And unlike those other 2 largest regions in the Northeast and the Great Lakes, the Texas Triangle is mostly all contained within just a single state's borders. Now, there are ultimately many factors for why so many people have been moving to Texas and the Texas Triangle specifically. But one of the largest has been the rapidly expanding Texas economy, the huge number of jobs it has created, and the relatively affordable cost of living and doing business in the state. You see, between 2010 and 2021, the population of Texas grew by 18%, but the economy of Texas grew by a whopping 39% over that same time period, a rate that was approximately 1.5 times faster than the U.S. national average rate of economic growth over the same time. Now, as of 2023, the Texas state gross domestic product, or GDP, stands at a towering $2.35 trillion US dollars, meaning that if Texas were an independent country, it would be the world's 8th largest economy when measured by nominal GDP, ahead of heavy hitters like Italy and Canada. For now, though, the Texan economy still sits beneath California's gigantic economy of $3.6 trillion. But if Texas can continue growing its population base at a faster clip than California, as it has been for the past 23 years now, for how much longer will California remain the top U.S. state economy? There's already plenty of signs that it might not be very long at all. Texas already dramatically leads the 50 U.S. states in terms of exports. In 2022, Texas exported a whopping $486 billion worth of products, about a quarter of all of America's exports combined, and an amount that was higher than all of the exports of California and New York put together. And part of the reason why droves of people have been relocating to Texas recently has been because of the droves of companies relocating to the state before them. In just the few short years since the COVID-19 pandemic began in early 2020, about 140 major companies have relocated their headquarters to Texas. More than 40% of those companies relocated from California. Some of the biggest companies that did so since 2020 that got the biggest headlines included Oracle and Tesla, which relocated from California to Austin. Charles Schwab, which relocated from California to DFW, Hewlett-Packard Enterprise, which relocated from California to Houston, Caterpillar that relocated from Illinois to DFW, and McLaren North America, which also left New York for DFW. And besides for all these corporate headquarters relocating to Texas since 2020, other major companies have begun to significantly increase their office presences in the Lone Star State as well. Apple's new $1 billion campus in Austin will become the company's 2nd largest corporate office space in the world when completed, with more than 5,000 employees, remaining only behind their primary headquarters in Apple Park in Cupertino, California. Google and Meta each likewise significantly increased their office spaces in downtown Austin as well, with thousands of new employees apiece in shiny new office towers before the tech slowdown caught up to them in late 2022. Well, Goldman Sachs, the second largest investment bank in the world, announced that they would be constructing their new second largest office space in the world in downtown Dallas that will house 5,000 of their own employees when completed, which will make Dallas the company's second largest center of operations after their primary HQ in New York.
95% of men with hair loss are unknowingly doing 3 things every single day that guarantee they'll completely go bald. As a dermatologist who's treated thousands of hair loss patients, I can tell you that these mistakes are so common, most men have no idea they're destroying their own follicles. I'm about to reveal exactly what these mistakes are and how to reverse them. I'm Dr. Jessica Berge, board
In part because of all these wide-scale corporate relocations and expansions to Texas, the Lone Star State has been responsible for an absolutely astonishing 35% of all the new jobs created in America since the COVID-19 pandemic began in February of 2020. Both corporations and people, Texas offers a lot of attractions. For one, the Texas Triangle sits at roughly the center point of the contiguous 48 United States, enabling easy and rapid air travel to both American coasts and to Latin America. Since 2021, DFW Airport has ranked as the second busiest airport in the entire world by passenger traffic, with 193 direct domestic destinations and 67 direct international destinations as far away as Sydney, Dubai, and Doha. It is also the primary hub for American Airlines, the largest airline in the world when measured by fleet size and passengers carried. And then, DFW Airport isn't even the only major airport in town. There's also Dallas Love Field nearby, with another 71 direct flight destinations, and it's the primary hub for Southwest Airlines, the largest low-cost carrier in the world, and the largest carrier of domestic.
As a game. I see geopolitics as a game. Antarctic, a frozen wasteland. The Antarctic. This AI is just getting smarter. There is a tunnel and machinery inside that tunnel sends beams of energy in a vast circle. So in 1929, the stock market crashed. America came down all the time. Yeah. And then a week after, something really fascinating is happening in China right now, and it has been for quite a long time. Where China is currently repeating the exact mistakes that historically have led to the demise of countless different empires and nations, many of whom you probably haven't even heard of society. The end of the decade.
Alright, good evening, folks. How's it going out there? Welcome back here to a Sunday night. Yes, hope everyone had a good weekend. I know, Monday.
Imagine a B-52 bomber taking off, and within 90 minutes, it rains bombs on Chinese nukes.
Lesser clippers. They're not hard enough. The angle is too high. They're not polished. They're not particularly sharp. You will.
Imagine a B-52 bomber taking off, and within 90 minutes, it rains bombs on Chinese nukes.
annihilating them in an instant.
We're going to leave Afghanistan. We're going to leave it with strength and dignity. We're going to keep Bagram one of the biggest air bases in the world. We gave it to them for nothing.
Sounds like a Hollywood plot, doesn't it? But that's exactly the kind of deterrence that Trump wants to turn into reality.
Dear compatriots, to the people of Afghanistan, to the Muslim people of Afghanistan, we assure you that we will not negotiate away even an inch of our soil.
Forget nukes. Even the lifelines of China and Russia, their critical industries, would always be lurking under the shadow of fear. It's like a real-life Mission Impossible. A mission so daring that, if accomplished, could rewrite the balance of power in Asia forever. September 18th, 2025, London. President Donald Trump spoke at a press conference. He said, "We're trying to get Bagram Air Base back, and if Afghanistan doesn't give it, bad things are going to happen." This statement quickly drew international attention. Then the response came. Afghanistan responded immediately. Foreign Minister Amir Khan Muttaqi stated clearly, "Not even an inch of our soil will be given to the Americans." The stance was clear that there would be no negotiations or compromises. It seemed like a bluff from a dead nation, except history had a different take. The U.S. spent 20 years, over $2.3 trillion in Afghanistan, only to leave with the Taliban back in power. After all, it's called the graveyard of empires for a reason. But this time the plan is different. It has 3 strategies to make it almost a guaranteed success. Something that needs to reach out to more people. Because YouTube doesn't support videos covering war topics. But you can help us fight back by clicking the like button. Thank you. The U.S. is ready to move heaven and earth to reclaim it. Because Bagram isn't just another base. It's a masterpiece in every aspect. Bagram Air Base is located in Afghanistan's Pardwan province, about 37 miles north of Kabul, surrounded by the towering peaks of the Hindu Kush Mountains. At its peak, the base covered an area of approximately 24 square kilometers. That's about 9.3 square miles, making it one of the largest and most fortified military installations in the world. But this isn't what scares China the most. At the center of the base is a dual runway system, built to handle the largest aircraft ever made. The new runway is 3,602 meters long, about 2,000 feet longer than before, and 11 inches thicker than the old one, giving it the strength to handle even the largest aircraft, like the C-5 Galaxy, the C-17 Globemaster, B-52 bomber, B-2 bombers, or a Boeing 747. A second runway ensures flights can continue even during maintenance. Every part of these runways was designed to handle constant heavy use, making Bagram a powerhouse of military aviation. Bagram also gives the U.S. a front-row seat to China's most sensitive frontier. Mind you, no other American base comes this close. Just about 92 kilometers, or 57 miles from Xinjiang, barely over an hour's flight, it's right next to some of Beijing's most critical nuclear and missile sites. When news broke in 2025 that Washington planned to retake Bagram, China reacted pretty sharply. Beijing warned that Afghanistan's future must rest with its own people, and cautioned against moves that would stir up confrontation. Officials stressed respect for Afghan sovereignty while voicing deep concern over U.S. forces operating so close to Xinjiang's nuclear facilities. Backed by Russia, Iran, and Pakistan, China called the move a provocation that threatened regional peace and vowed it would never allow another American foothold at its western doorstep. The reason behind this reaction is that Xinjiang is the same place where it hides its DF-21 and DF-26 launch systems, the so-called carrier killers and Guam killers, designed to keep American forces at bay. From Bagram, all of that is in plain sight. The targets that Beijing count on to stay untouchable will be in clear reach. The DF-21 can travel over 1,500 kilometers. That's about 930 miles. And the DF-26, nearly 4,000 kilometers, about 2,500 miles. Both are stationed across Xinjiang, under layers of tunnels and silos buried into the desert. This is where China keeps part of its nuclear backbone, possibly even early DF-41 ICBMs. China fears it the most, not just for what's stored there now, but for what it plans to hide there in the future. China currently has around 600 nuclear warheads here, and is planning to expand to roughly 1,000 in the coming years. Xinjiang plays a central role in this expansion. It provides the space to build hundreds of new silos and mobile missile sites, allowing China to grow a more survivable and hardened nuclear arsenal. For the U.S., this poses a serious strategic threat. These missiles, especially the DF-26 with its 4,000-kilometer range, could reach U.S. allies, bases, or military forces in the region, including Guam, South Korea, and Japan, with little warning. But China knows this threat very well. Missiles can be moved or hidden, but its true backbone, its critical industries, cannot. Xinjiang is China's secret backbone for both military power and critical industry. Satellite imagery shows hundreds of new construction sites, including the massive Hami and Yulin silo fields, potentially holding over 100 new ICBMs. But the bigger threat is that Xinjiang is also a hub for critical minerals and defense manufacturing. Lithium, beryllium, titanium, magnesium, along with solar-grade polysilicon, flow from the region into China's military and industrial supply chains. Along with nukes and industries, major facilities like Malan Air Base and Thap Nur, along with over 360 PLA military installations, make Xinjiang the most heavily militarized region in western China. But from Bagram, these aren't hidden. The base gives the U.S. direct eyes through drones, signal intercepts, and high-altitude surveillance on every launch field, storage site, and radar sweep coming from western China.
This is my favorite dentist hack to clean my retainer. If you wear a retainer every night like I do, you know how hard it is to keep it truly fresh and clean, safe and bacteria-free. I've seen so many of my patients struggle with ineffective cleaning methods like brushes and tablets. These methods fail to completely eradicate plaque, leading to a cloudy biofilm building up, and that can cause gum recession and tooth decay. That's why it's so crucial to clean your retainer properly. The dental pod removes plaque and bacteria using powerful ultrasonic technology for the deepest clean, no matter the age or type of appliance.
Runways at Bagram can handle the heavy hitters, B-52s, B-1Bs, and long-range strike bombers, carrying precision cruise missiles like JASSM-ER. If ordered, they can reach Chinese missile hubs within hours. Land-based systems like ATACMS could target command bunkers or logistic nodes without needing to cross deep into China. In short, Bagram isn't just close, it's positioned like a scalpel, aimed at the heart of China's Western missile and military network. Everything sounds very fascinating, except it's not. The U.S. is going to face a hard time getting the space, or I should say getting it back again. After the 9/11 attacks on September 11th, 2001, the world changed overnight. Nearly 3,000 Americans were killed in a series of coordinated strikes by al-Qaeda, led by Osama bin Laden. The U.S. traced the entire network back to Afghanistan, where the Taliban regime had sheltered bin Laden and his fighters, letting them train, plan, and operate.
Well, we have breaking news with Chuck Schumer that you do not want to miss. He officially has been ended. He has been annihilated. The Schumer shutdown is proving that no matter what they say, Democrats are, sorry to excuse my language, but the Democrats have proven one more time just how idiotic their policies are, trying to push funding and squeezing in funding for illegal aliens in this bill. And so many people went without pay. The government shutdown has been down, all because Chuck Schumer and the radical left-leaning lunatics want to push funding for America Last policies. And the American people are not standing with that at all, okay? And it's just proving again, just and spoke.
I didn't even have symptoms, but the test showed it right away. Please, you should do it too. It's better to know early than...
Let's listen in, my friends.
It looks like we're getting very close to the shutdown. We'll never agree to give any substantial money or any money to really persecute illegals to come into our country. And I think the Democrats understand that. And it looks like we're getting close to the shutdown ending. You'll know very soon. Thanks.
Wow. Now that is a bombshell, guys. President Trump, he's not messing around. Breaking news. Chuck Schumer is panicking right now after Democrats betrayed LMAO. The Democrat Party is collapsing in real time. MAGA wins again. Take a listen, guys. so funny to watch.
To be clear, however this vote turns out, this fight will and must continue. Democrats must fight because of millions of families will lose health care coverage. We must fight because children who are dying of cancer will not get health care coverage. We must fight because a senior citizen cannot afford to pay $25,000 a year just for health insurance. We must fight to keep millions from financial ruin. And make no mistake about it.
Notice how he says millions. He doesn't mention that a lot of those people are illegal aliens, who are criminals, who broke into the country illegally, who are taking advantage of the government. How many people are on food stamps who don't need it? How many people are here illegally and they're not paying taxes, they're getting paid under the table, and they're on food stamps? It's a lot, okay?
The American people know who's inflicting this healthcare trauma on them. Donald Trump and the Republic. Let me be clear.
Bro is flipping out in real time. It's hilarious to watch. It's really the end of Chuck Schumer, I have to say, guys.
Mr. President, America is in the midst of a Republican-made healthcare crisis. Worse than anything the American people have seen in decades. Republicans have spent the past 10 months dismantling the healthcare system, skyrocketing costs, and making every day harder for American families. Because of Republicans, Americans are going to suffer immensely as this healthcare crisis gets worse. Democrats have been fighting to end this crisis over and over again.
And how has that gone, you idiot? It's only gotten worse. It's so crazy to see this. But President Trump's right. No payouts for illegals, no rewards for failure. Trump is drawing the line, and Democrats finally see he means it. The shutdown's ending because Trump refused to cave. Trump loves the American people. The U.S. Senate is about to take a key procedural vote to end the Schumer shutdown. Senate Dems have said they're voting with us. White House is on board. Here's the timeline breakdown of what happens next. Should be a matter of time. Let's tune in.
Okay, guys, it's Sunday evening, and we're about ready to have our first vote to move to finally reopen the government. It's been ridiculous. The Democrats have been absolutely absurd. So let me give you a rundown on how this works. Right now, we got to have a motion to proceed. That means to get on the bill. Once we pass that, which we've already have 10 Democrats that have agreed to vote with us, so we have the votes. Once it's passed, technically it invokes 20 or 30 hours of debate. Now the Democrats can yield all that back if they want to. After that, we have another vote, and that's to amend the clean CR the House sent over. Now, what that means is the House sent over the clean CR and all 12 appropriation bills. We have 3 appropriation bills that we're amending. So we have the LEDGE, we have MILCON, which is military, and AG. Now, AG is where the SNAP program is. So we're going to have to amend 3 of the 12 appropriation bills and then CR the rest of the 9 and then send that back to the House after we vote on it.
Yeah. Even Bernie Sanders is flipping out. Look at him. Democrats are in a total panic, guys. Who would have thought that people didn't want to go with Bernie Sanders? Look at him. He goes, tonight was a very bad night. You guys got to watch this. It's pure entertainment. I love seeing liberals cry.
Tonight, 8 Democrats voted with the Republicans to allow them to go forward on this continuing resolution. And tomorrow. my mind, this was a very, very bad vote. What it does?
Yeah, no duh. You think it's a bad vote because they didn't vote with you in your progressive policies that America did not vote for in the past election.
First of all, is it raises healthcare premiums for over 20 million Americans by doubling. In some cases,
tripling or quadrupling. People can't afford that.
You know why the healthcare goes up? It's because there's so much funding in there for illegals. Why don't you get rid of all that?
Americans are ditching solar for this. It powers the whole house without a single solar panel. I thought he was joking when he said he was living completely off-grid and saving big on energy bills.
What's up, guys? It's Graham. So this is absolutely crazy. The weekend, President Trump tweeted the idea of creating a 50-year mortgage as a way to help lower payments for people who want to buy a home. And I know I might get some pushback for saying this, but to me it's obvious. A 50-year mortgage is an absolute disaster waiting to happen, and no one should ever take that option, ever. In fact, a 50-year mortgage is completely uncharted territory, and if one thing goes wrong, it could completely devastate both the housing market and the borrower. So let's talk about the actual math behind getting a 50-year mortgage, if and when it ever makes sense, and my own thoughts as someone who's been in real estate since 2008. Because I gotta say, most people have very little understanding of how this works and why it's a really, really bad idea. Although before we go into that, if you appreciate videos like this, where we just cover the facts, it would mean the world to me if you mortgage the like button or refinance the subscribe button for the YouTube algorithm. It helps out tremendously, and as a thank you for doing that, here's a picture of a baby polar bear. So thanks so much, and also big thank you to Helium Mobile for sponsoring this video, but more on that later. Alright, so to start, let's talk about where all of this begins. The 30-year mortgage. For those unaware, this was initially created in the 1940s as a way to help finance the construction and sale of new homes after World War II. And then by the end of the 1950s, it was adopted throughout the entire market as a way to incentivize families to build long-term equity. Well, wouldn't you know it, these days, the 30-year mortgage has become so popular that more than 90% of buyers pick a 30-year term on their mortgage. Now, obviously, there are more options today for buyers to pick from, like adjustable rate mortgage, interest-only mortgage, 15-year terms, and so on. The options are pretty limitless, but the 30-year term is often seen as the safest. It offers the most flexibility, the most stability, your price is fixed until the home is paid off, and if you qualify, they're pretty easy to get because almost every bank offers them. However, there is a bit of a catch because your interest payments are front-loaded towards the beginning of the loan. For example, with any fixed-rate mortgage, your monthly payment is split into two parts: principal and interest. In the beginning, most of your payment goes towards interest because you still have the full loan balance, and so very little of your monthly payment actually pays down the loan. But as time goes on and your loan balance gets smaller, more of that payment begins going towards principal. And over time, you could finally start building equity. Like this chart really shows it perfectly. As you can see, at first your monthly payment consists of almost all interest, but by the time year 20 comes around, this flips to the point where most of your payment becomes equity. And that's where things get very interesting. See, the typical person only keeps their home for an average of 12.3 years, meaning on a 30-year loan at 6% interest, they've barely begun to pay off their mortgage by the time they sell the home, get a new loan, and start the process over again. Even if they kept the home for the full 30 years, they will have paid $1.2 million to buy that $600,000 home 30 years earlier. So why don't more people go for the 15-year mortgage? When you look at a 15-year mortgage, you're going to notice that your monthly payments are significantly more expensive. And here's a real example of a $500,000 house, 6% interest, 20% down. If you pick a 30-year mortgage, monthly payment's going to be about $2,400 a month, and a lender will qualify you for that payment if you make about $7,500 a month, or 3 times the mortgage payment. Pretty simple. However, if you get a 15-year mortgage, your monthly payment's going to be about $3,300 a month, which is going to require you to have an income of $10,000 a month in order to qualify. So what do most people do? That's right. They choose the lower-priced option. It allows them to qualify with less income. It allows them to qualify for much more homes. And all things being equal, they would be able to increase their purchase price by 34%, which is a lot. Like, that's the difference between you buying a $500,000 home and a $670,000 home. And even though, sure, with a 15-year mortgage, much less of your payment is being eaten away by interest, for most people, the 30-year option offers more flexibility, it's easier to qualify for, they can get a bigger house, they have more options, and so they go for it. That's why most people think, oh, a 30-year mortgage is so much less money every single month than a 15-year mortgage, so a 50-year mortgage must be even better, right? Well, that is where most people are 100% wrong. So let's talk about the 50-year mortgage. Over the weekend, Trump tweeted a photo of President Roosevelt on the left, who helped standardize the 30-year mortgage, while on the right, Trump sits with a 50-year mortgage. Initially, my first reaction was, why on earth would this ever be a good idea? Because it makes mathematically 0 sense whatsoever.
If you're looking for top tier, clear to challenge without the hassle.
But surprisingly, people seem to be rather excited about it. Like, we already have 144-month car loans and buy now, pay later for Chipotle burritos. So why not extend that to a mortgage to hopefully lower your payments? Even the developer Pulte retweeted this by saying, "Thanks to President Trump, we are indeed working on the 50-year mortgage, a complete game changer." Which, for those unaware, Pulte Homes is one of the largest national developers in the United States, having built nearly 1 million homes. So if they offer a 50-year mortgage term, people seem to be in favor of this because they think it'll help them lower their payments. They think they could qualify for a bigger house, and they think it'll help keep the real estate market strong. But mark my words, it won't. It's a bad idea. Anyone who understands math will agree with me. So as far as the actual numbers behind this, and what it actually means for anyone who gets one, here's what you can for. Although before we go into that, if people are out there signing 50-year mortgages just to save a few bucks every month, you may as well save money in other areas that just make more sense, especially heading into the holidays. That's why it's so important to find ways to cut back without feeling like you're actually cutting back. And one of the most overlooked options out there is your cell phone bill. Like, the average person is spending over $100 a month, but you could be paying nothing thanks to Helium Mobile, who I'd like to thank for sponsoring this video because they're a genuinely incredible service. For those unaware, their plans start at just $0 a month, as in totally free with no contract, no credit card, and no hidden fees. It's perfect for light users or those who want a second line, or if you want unlimited data, that's just $30 a month, again with no contracts whatsoever. Not to mention, if you have kids, they also have a plan for them that's only $5 a month that comes with 3 gigabytes of data and unlimited texts and calls, while you stay in full control. On top of that, Helium Mobile also pays you back in cloud points for doing simple things like referring friends or actively using your cellular data. And those points could be redeemed for gift cards at places like Amazon, Apple, Sephora, and more, all from within the Helium Mobile app. This means you can finally budget for the holidays without overpaying for your cell phone plan. And all you have to do to get started is sign up for Helium Mobile down below in the description and use the code GRAHAM to get $10 in cloud points for gift cards just for signing up. Again, the link is down below to start saving today. Thank you so much, and now let's get back to the video. Alright, now here's the math that no one is telling you when it comes to the 50-year mortgage. Even though going from a 15-year to a 30-year mortgage will improve your affordability by 34%, which is a lot, going from a 30-year to a 50-year mortgage improves affordability by less than 8%. Yes, you heard that correctly. Getting a 50-year mortgage will make almost no difference whatsoever, except you're going to be taking on way more debt for your entire life. And if you don't believe me, here's some of the math. First of all, it's important to mention that overall, the longer of a loan term you get, the higher the interest rate is going to be, because lenders want to be compensated for tying up capital for longer. Like right now, it's 6.125% if you want to get a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage, but it's only 5.375% if you want to get a 15-year. So I promise, with a 50-year mortgage, you'll wind up paying closer to 7% because there's significantly more risk. This means if you get a $500,000 loan at 6% fixed for 30 years, your monthly payment's going to be $3,000 a month. But if you think you're about to save a ton of money stretching out your payment to 50 years, well, guess what? At a 7% interest rate for 50 years, your monthly payment's going to drop to, wait a second, $3,008 a month. Wait, it actually gets more expensive? Yes. In fact, even if the interest rate is the exact same on a 50-year mortgage as it is on a 30-year mortgage, which is mathematically impossible, by the way, but just for the sake of the argument, let's just assume that aliens have abducted everybody and we live in an alternate universe where that is the case. Your monthly payment would drop from $3,000 down to just $2,632 a month. To put that into perspective, that's basically the equivalent of you saving 10% in your mortgage or being able to qualify for a home that costs 10% more. That is it, for nearly doubling the time it takes to pay off the loan in the first place. And like I said, the realistic savings would be pretty much non-existent because there is no way that they could offer a 50-year mortgage term at the same rate as a 30-year mortgage term unless it's subsidized by the government or it's baked into the purchase price. And if they do that, we're all going to end up paying for it in the form of higher prices and probably higher taxes. Not to mention, there is another concern with all of this, and that would be investments. Here's the part that nobody talks about. 30-year mortgages are only viable because most people keep their home for about 10 years, and then they sell their home, the loan gets paid back, and then they start the process over. That is why mortgage rates are so heavily tied to the 10-year Treasury yield. Essentially, the two are interchangeable. So when mortgages are bundled together and sold on the secondary market, it gives investors a stable return that they could count on, and it provides more liquidity back into the markets immediately to go and issue more loans. On the other hand, a 50-year loan holds a massive risk to whoever buys and holds on to that loan. Why? Well, here's the math. If you buy a $550,000 home, you put 10% down, and you get a 50-year loan, and then you sell your house 12 years later, because most of your mortgage payments is front-loaded with interest, by the time you go and sell it, you've paid off just $32,000 worth of principal. This means if your home doesn't meaningfully go up in value and you sell for the same price that you paid for it, subtract 6% from closing costs, subtract what you have remaining on your loan, and all of a sudden, you've now got less than you put down to buy the property, all for the risk of owning a property in the first place. And even though the reality of your home being worth less 12 years from now is unlikely, it does create a very dangerous scenario where if the market goes down by any amount, you're quickly going to be underwater on your loan. And in the event you can't get more than what you paid for it, you're quickly going to be left with nothing to show for it even after holding your home for more than a decade. This is why lenders inherently need to charge more interest up front, because the loan is riskier, and it's riskier for the buyer to lose money on the deal. In fact, it's also a double negative for banks, because if they give a 50-year loan and interest rates go down, the buyer just refinances. But if interest rates rise, now the bank is stuck with a low-yielding investment for many, many, many decades, and they're going to lose a lot of money on it. That's why, feasibly, a 50-year mortgage just doesn't make any sense for anybody. Not the banks, not the borrower, not the investor.
JP Morgan Chase invests in manufacturing to help create stronger communities. Make the green grass grow all around, make the green grass grow all around.
The reason a 15 to 30-year mortgage works so well is because that increases affordability by 34%. But once you go beyond 30 years, there are diminishing returns, and the net benefit for going from 30 to 50 years just isn't there. It's not practical. Not to mention, banks probably don't want to issue loans that you're not going to be alive for by the time you should be paying it off. Unless, of course, it's subsidized from the government or baked into the selling price, at which point, again, we got bigger problems. Plus, on top of all of that, by law, a qualified mortgage is not allowed to exceed a 30-year term. These qualified mortgages are very important because it gives the lender recourse in the event the borrower defaults on their loan. Because those loans are less risky, they're able to charge less interest to the borrower. On the other hand, a non-qualified mortgage does not have that shield, and the liability falls back on the bank in the event the borrower stops paying. That's what I'm saying. There's no reasonable way that you can offer a 50-year mortgage at the same interest rate as a 30-year mortgage without paying substantially higher interest up front. It just doesn't make any sense. And at that point, it completely defeats the purpose to begin with, because if you pay more than like 10% higher than you would with a 30-year, you start paying more on the 50 than you would with the 30, even though you're reducing the payments because you pay more interest. It doesn't make any sense. Like, if you want my take on this, if this actually has any chance of passing, it's probably going to be a very specific loan product issued most likely by developers who just bake it into the higher purchase price. It is going to be issued on a case-by-case basis, and it's going to require completely changing housing laws to enact mortgage protections on banks. Not to mention, it would need to be assumable by people who want to keep the house in the family, because otherwise you have people taking on 50-year loans just so their kids could keep paying off the loan, and then eventually the kids die, and the grandkids hopefully inherit a paid-off house 100 years later. To me, all of this is just a bit of a gimmick. Like, it's fun to think about, it gets people talking a lot on Twitter, but mathematically, it makes no sense to take this over a 30-year mortgage, and there would have to be major hurdles to overcome just to get this out there in the market. Separate from that, I think, in terms of actually making a difference in the housing market, all we need to do is unlock more inventory, and to do that just requires really three things. First, increase the capital gains exclusion from $500,000 to $1 million for married couples, then increase it every year with CPI. This will incentivize way more sellers to list their homes for sale. And that would have been the inflation-adjusted amount anyway from the $500,000 that was enacted back in the 1990s. Second, they should also allow you to take your existing mortgage with you and apply it to the next home, assuming you're trading up on a primary residence. This would also unlock a lot of lower-priced inventory. And three, we should allow people to write off up to $1.5 million of mortgage interest, but only for new loans that are issued after 2026. But beyond that, let me make this very clear. A 50-year mortgage is a very dumb idea. Mathematically doesn't make any sense to take. I think it won't even work. It's not going to make any difference for housing affordability. And if people actually go for it, we have a problem, especially when the average home buyer is 40 years old. I guess they just pay for their home until they're 90? Great, just in time to go to the nursing home when their kids could qualify for a 100-year mortgage.
What if you could clean your retainer at the touch of a button? No more brushing or tablets. Over 4 years ago, our team of engineers knew there had to be a quicker, easier, and more effective way to deep clean oral appliances. After scouring through the research, they discovered the hidden crisis. With the worldwide rise of oral appliance usage, unhygienic appliances had become an epidemic, with acid-producing bacteria eroding enamel and damaging teeth over time, causing serious to your oral health. Outdated cleaning methods have dominated our routines for far too long, compromising on either scrubbing power or proper sterilization. They're also manuals we can see every day. The latest studies show brushing is ineffective at the microscopic level, and those tablets leave behind bacterial biofilms, both fueling